Hi. I'm gonna turn this down. This thing's jamming in my ears, bro. Oh yeah, burf to you too. Hello, hi, welcome. I'm gonna scroll. I love the winner today is Turnip, and thank you, Doc. I did take my vitamins. I did remember. Um, hi, Koma. Hi, Doc. Hi, Turnip. Hi, Haunted. Hi, Nova. Oh, let me scroll. Scroll. Hello, Meowdy, howdy, Gothic. Hi. Ow, 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 ow. And then thank you, Doc. Thank you for the gifted sub to Nova. And to Haunted. I was like, there was two. Let me scroll. Hello. Jamming. Pure jams. I really need a cough. Sorry, I just really need a cough. I just dropped my nail stuff. Don't worry about that. I need to reorganize my desk. But we're having slow improvements here. I don't know what's happening with my voice. Hello. Oh my god. Oh yeah, those things are gonna go off. I was fixing my Poppy. Because she was falling off of her chair. She's so girly pop. I should put her on my makeup stand. Turn up. Don't you dare say anything about it. Don't ruin my favorite shirt. Wanting Blender. Oh, how is Blender going? Here, quietly haunting, as you should. Say shit, I know. How is reading fan fiction going, Haunted? Oh my god, they be barking. It's fucking Miku, but I want the other Miku. I want Beam. How is everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? I had a chaotic morning. Trying to find stuff my cat stole, but they didn't steal it, but it was just hiding. But how is everybody?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I know, but still, how is it? How not help? What? Hi, quiet. Yes, I've been listening to a lot more Vocaloid again, Nova. It's been a good time. Shards and Ginger Island? Fuck yeah, I need to go back to the island. I might today, I don't know. Every time I go back in our community farm. But if I didn't procrastinate, that's fair, but that's good. At least it's an enjoyable time. It's not like a painful time, even though you're new to learning it. Cold is attempting to get my ass. It's winning. You know, fair enough. Are you still not feeling well? Yeah, Turnip, how's farming been going? Because you were farming, I think, yesterday too. Also, for my sticker lovers, I got a sticker book yesterday. Like, it finally came in, and it is so freaking cute. And I love it. Ooh, I mean, Miku's been my solid choice for a while. And it seems basic, but because I listen to a lot of Miku songs. At least in this time period. But I will say, Nova, my top tier one right now is Teto. They've been making banger of a songs of Teto. Corrupted to the dark side, it be that way, Skoma, it be that way. I'm not gonna stop you. That's a you choice to make those things. Get in your P.O. box? Oh, I got stuff from Doc. I did put up Choco Cat. The rest of the stuff is being washed. Bucky's didn't get put into the washer like that. It didn't get, it's still in the box. I didn't take it to the kitchen. I don't know why. But I showed my mom Bucky's. I need to put up the mini Sanrio ones too, because I realized, oh, I can put those on my shelf. But I need to take them out of the box. And then I need to figure out where to put the books, but we're not going to talk about the books. It's just one book. I don't know where the fuck to put it, but I need to read that one anyway, so it's okay. Decorating my houses? Fair enough. Classic Teto. Teto is so good. I had listened to Teto before, always. Honestly, I've listened to my well-rounded, I think back in the day, my top favorites for Vocaloids were Rin, and then Gumi. I listen to a lot of those too. But now Teto's up there. Like Miku's up there, but because there have been a lot of good collaborations with Miku that I really love. But Teto, especially because Bird Brain and then Spoken 4. Those two that have come out recently are so fucking good.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
I love them. Mod is not a good. Didn't know you can mod it. You can mod basically everything though, so not surprised. Wait, Ocean, The Last Phobia. Yeah, with that game, The Last Phobia, not a good mixture. Also, hi Games, how are you? But hi Quiet. I love you, Quiet. I'm doing well. I need to do all the rules and hydrate. I'm hydrating with coffee. I know you'll approve, Quiet, but I know some people won't. This sweater should fit. It's very funny to me because like I am small, and that's not the funny part. But because now I'm having a lot of people tell me that I give off very ooh, I have box lunch money. That's available to use now. It has been multiple people now telling me I give off very tall energy, which is very funny, but coffee? Yes. Because I think it's rough about people thinking I am maybe about 5'5" to 5'7". I'm gonna give that range, but people thinking I'm that tall. And it's very crazy to me. I didn't know I give off tall energy or that I am large, like tall-wise, height-wise. Because even Leader didn't realize how small I was, and it's very funny. I don't think I give off tall energy, but apparently I carry myself well enough that I do. Understand the science? True, fair turnip. It's bean water. I do have some water, and I will say I did actually forget to fill up my water bottle. So I will do that when I boot up Stardew. That one I usually do refill. I forgot to, though. You used to go in the water where stuff is above you? That's fair. Yeah, I don't know what the first one is. Like, I can't clarify if you're right or wrong about that one. But yeah, Thalassophobia is so much fun. I love it. I love it. I love watching Thalassophobia videos with Nikki. What a great way to torture ourselves. It really is just barely too small for me. Agony though, because it's Unis Honest merch. It's so sad that like I don't know, I want more Unis Honest merch. But like that's a relic that's gone and past. Wonder if I could find some online. Probably. You standing? You could have. It's true. I think I have a longer torso. I think I'm very balanced, but I did realize recently because I was getting into baggy jeans, which I do love. But I realized, oh, I can wear because I wear high-waisted things because that's my waist sits very high, but my hips sit very low. So I have options. So then I kind of realized I have a little bit of a longer torso because I feel like I am very balanced, but I think my torso is slightly longer. So there's that. I have a friend who has a shorter torso, but she's short. No, she's tall, but she looks short when she sits. It's very funny. Shaylin! Work for me so I can say I'm sorry. I can't believe nobody is picking up your shift. Because, like, a lot of part-timers ain't getting no work. We're all tired, that's why. So, tower overs? I do. Exactly, Kai. I tower over all of you. Agony for me? If somebody else can wear it? True. And I will. He. It's in the basket to be washed. He. I should wear my other Unisana shirt more. I do love that one. That's the other, like, basic, like, brand one. Wish for you to say, disgusting whore. That was a lot more aggressive than I thought it was gonna be. Somebody, thank you. Movie Pass. Sorry, I just got an email. Oh, it's from Letterboxd. I was like, Movie Pass. What the frick is this from? Oh, see, wait, Nova. There's a version of this song, Check by Baby No Money, that somebody did Miku with, and it's fucking amazing. But also, I want this song. I should rename that emote to be hee hee, not hee hee. So I'll go to work. Yes, we should all go to work for Shaylin. Well, if we all go to work for Shaylin, then Shaylin should be there so that I will cue it up, Nova. Then she gets to see us all. Because then we're all gonna be there and then she won't have anybody to hang out with. Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Put Kai into being with Baymax. Kai, your joints will not last, but you'll have a stick and you can hit him. Okay. I want this song actually. So after the song, the Check but Baby No Money version will play. Ooh, Machine Love. This is Jamie Page. Is that by Teto? We're gonna cue that up because I'm pretty sure that's Teto because that's the artist that's been doing that. Is there currently my job? I can't do you actually, Doc, for once. I will shut it down to like I agree. You cannot. Usually I say no, you could do it. No, with how some of the managers and other managers have been in other departments, I don't think it's a good idea to curse ever when they're in. I don't know. Everybody seems like snitches right now. I am one. I am one. Oh, but like, oh my god, feels like a chopping block right now. I got you. Ow, 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 ow. Can't wait for fun. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, that's one of the plushies on the floor. It fell out of the basket. I was like, what the fuck am I touching? For my Magnus Archives people, I did look up pictures. And all I will say about the pictures, one, I don't remember the context of what I looked up. But two, I think I don't remember any of the context of what I looked up, Kai, because it was the goddamn fucking eye. And like I said, if I see that eye or hear about that eye one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. And I did lose my mind. So I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of it. That's how that goes. Farm. That's right. That's fair, Turnip. And full of revenge. Anyone at work you want revenge on? Two people. One out of actual spite. Two out of hee hee ha ha's. Shaylin will know one. Shaylin will know one of the hee hee ha ha's. I haven't told her about it, but she will know the person because that was the top 10 anime betrayals. I didn't actually do anything wrong, and he didn't do anything wrong. But you're telling me you're gonna tell me I can't be there after the show just because you know they're not gonna throw the robot? And you're like, no, it's fine. They were gonna throw it anyways. It's like, no, sir, you should have told me to come over there. I told you I'd never done this before, and you said, I'll just tell her afterwards. I'm gonna beat that boy. I can't. Also, he's not a boy. Anytime I work with anybody, I don't care if you're older or younger than me, they're my boy. One of the rainy days, we had everybody in Hyperion, and then by the time I got there, Shaylin, they said, actually, we're gonna move them. So they moved them, but then the 9 a.m.s weren't over at Bistro, so then we had to still have to do the show, but we had somebody else there, but then we were trying to get all the costume pieces because we still had other characters there, and then we were trying to move everything over there, and then we still had the show to do, and so I had to get stuck doing the show, which is fun. It really wasn't, I was scared, and I was dreading it because I didn't want to do it. I wasn't mentally prepared to do the show. To say the one word I needed to say. Say. But I did it anyways. Because I got stuck with it. But I told this boy, I told him, I've never done this before. And then he decided to tell me afterwards, like, oh yeah, you can't actually be in that spot. I'm like, sir, I got told what to do for the show 2 months ago, and now you're telling me things. But you waited till the end after the show was done? Top 10 anime betrayals. It was very funny. But I will never let him live this down. I will never let him forget this. This betrayal. Because even when I got explained, I was standing on the other side of like the what are those called? Like the little, essentially putting up the ropes. So I was by one of the chairs, but Shaylin, when I tell you both Mr. Stunt and Tech just didn't stop me is crazy. And then nobody over comms even said anything, which I don't expect them to, mainly because in this environment, I don't expect them at any point to actually talk to us. In a normal theater standing point, I would expect them to tell me, but unfortunately where we work, I don't expect them to talk to us at all because they never do. But yeah, none of them fucking told me anything until after the show, and I'm like, I know you guys weren't. Gotta be in like the hallway. Yeah. And not in the square. I told this boy, and he was super nice. It was pretty sure it was Joe. But like I told him I have not done this before. It's just the fact that I told him I hadn't done this before, and then he told me afterwards, oh yeah, so you can't be there. I'm like, oh, what did you tell me before? What did you tell me before? But he said they weren't gonna throw the robot anyways. I'm like, no, sir, you're supposed to tell me. It was so funny. It was a funny betrayal.
Mama.
So I would want revenge on him, but in a funny hee hee ha ha way. Not actually, I'm mad at him. It's just top 10 anime betrayals. That's how I told Julia later in the day. I was like, that was the like top 10 anime betrayal of the year. Can't believe he done this to me. But there are some other people that I actually do not like at work. That I would. But I would not say a single thing here. Because now I am collecting way too many coworkers that are here, and I cannot risk that. I cannot risk that at all. Man, that was so funny though. Me too, Steve. Me too, Steve. Honestly, at this point, Steve, sometimes it's not even the revenge on workers. It's the revenge on the fucking costumes. I can't stand it. Oh, I do have some news for you guys, but I'm gonna do some rolls first. Wow. I dropped the dice and I paused the music. It was crazy. First up is Doc. I had to scroll. Doc, you're doing great. You got a 6 because you're cold, 17, and an at 20. So you're doing good. You're doing good today. You're doing amazing today. Okay, next up is Haunted. That rolled really aggressively. 8, 2, 3. I think you're doing good today, Haunted. You're just a little tired, exhausted. So take a little bit of a mental health day. Take a little bit of a self-care day. I need to hydrate a lot more because I see all the hydrates I'm scrolling through from Quiet. I'm gonna drink some coffee and then I'll drink some water. Okay, Nova. 8, 2, and 17. I think too, you're a little EP tired, but you're doing good overall. Doing really good. I heard that again, bitch. Where the freak am I? Okay, next up is Turnip. Damn, you were so close. You had a 5, 5, and then a 3. You're tired, but you're still doing good. You almost had a 5, 5, 5. Could have been a 6, 6, 6. That would have been even better. Quiet. 6, 5, and 14. Tired from work, but overall doing really good because now you're with friends. You have 2 rolls. Let me do. This one's better. 12, 13, and a 9. I had to figure out which dot. Zimmy, yes, but you did do 2 rolls. So that roll was better. Let's do Gothic. 2, 14, and 15. You're good. Tired, but good. And that is about it. I do need to switch out the dice because I haven't for this year, but that's okay. He's only superhero, but he's also a park. Oh my god, is he? Okay. I like the description. He's also a parkour pirate. I know exactly what you mean by that. He was so sweet, and it was very funny because when I told him I hadn't done this before, because like I didn't get the proper training on this either because I had gotten the fast-paced like talk through right off for the Spideys instead of like proper training. So like I hadn't even actually done the show. So I realistically have never done it before, and I was trying to get that across to him. Is there one Brady? Ah, he's so nice. Actually, fighting depression off of a sharp stick? Good. Exactly, Turnip. You're with us today. Don't worry. But yeah, Shaylin, when I told him I had it done, he was like, have you ever seen Harry Potter? I was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, it's like the spider. Just follow your spider. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you, sir. He's like the only Spidey's stunt that I worked with. I don't know who was the one the other day when we were judging if it was gonna rain, but I wasn't even working with them that day. It's amazing. That is literally the example he used. I'm like, sir, you're so silly. And then he betrayed me. Trust broken. Can't believe you've done this. I can. It was all fun. I was telling Amanda about it afterwards because she was the one also covering and helping me in Bistro since the 9 a.m.s weren't there. And she was like, oh, my bad, girly, because she didn't tell me exactly where I could be and couldn't be. But it was fine because then I told her, I was like, it's okay. He told me afterwards. Spiders are scary. So true. So true. So true, Breasty. I tried to press that button and it didn't go the first time. Also, I just want to show off my Pim and Gleb sticker. It went onto my planner for the year, which does make me sad, but I'm like, I just must buy more. Took me a minute. I had full hands, but that was a good version. Yeah, yeah. Also, no worries, Nova. No worries. But yeah, it's a very good version. I like it a lot. Teto. Freaking love Teto. I was seeing on TikTok, and it was very weird seeing it because it was somebody comparing. Well, now I don't want to ignore it. What were you typing? What were you what was that for? Now I'm curious. I just like gulped. The mic didn't pick it up, but I just like gulped. Cartoonishly gulped. I hate that. What was I thinking about? It's fucking Teto! I was seeing on TikTok somebody play a song, and it is very, like, whiplash. Bought me a pair of off-brand Crocs. Off-brand Crocs. I didn't even know there was off-brand Crocs. I love that. Okay, we'll drink actual water this time, quiet. I do need to refill this though, so we're gonna finish it and then I'll refill it eventually. But they had Dota playing, but then it was also a Pretty Rave Girl, and it was very whiplash because I grew up with both, and apparently some of the 2000s babies also grew up with it. I'm like, I think it's just if you were in Nightcore. If you listen to Nightcore, you grew up with it. Ooh. Oh, my moose. Oh. Oh. Oh, I didn't tell the news. Let's see if I can. I wonder if it's. No. It's not going to be on here. I'm going to have to find that. Because I would gladly listen to that, Gothic.
Hydrate, you bastard!
My
Hydrate!
internet extension is being mean to me? Why is it being mean? Can I bite it? Song, but I recommend it. Looping. Add to queue. We like it. It was what my swipe spelling decided that my coworker went my view. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, I have a lot on my mind. First up on my mind, I beat Baldur's Gate last night. First up, I beat Baldur's Gate. Let me get the final hour mark. We are starting up a Dark Urge run, and I am Dark Urge. It's me. After 235 hours in this goddamn game, I have finally beaten one playthrough. One. And I will say, I just gulped again. My friend. Okay, as a rundown, Mr. Rasputin, my friend John, his character, he had a lot of additional stuff for roles. So he was the talker of the group. We don't know how that happened, but it happened. But anyways, at the end, he turned himself into a mind flare because he said, I'm ugly anyways. So he turned himself into a mind flare. By that, I mean, I got the achievement for the ultimate sacrifice. And I thanked him at the end in a way that was like, thank you for sacrificing because it got me the achievement. I may not have done it, but you did. So thank you. So that's quite funny. Please bite it. Okay, I'll bite it. It's not letting me connect. What the fuck? Noise. Gulp. One of my attractive tabs into a mind flare. Oh, rip. His whole thing was I was born ugly. I might as well be ugly. Like, nothing's gonna change. He did get stuck eternally with a one fit because once you turn into a mind flare, you only get one fit. And I was very sad. I wanted to see him in a blue dress. But Astarion was happy. We saved Karlach, and by that, John wasn't paying attention. But he fortunately, picked the right choice and saved Karlach. So Karlach and Willa went off and did happy things. Only one fit? Yeah, you can't change the outfits. You can't. They say mind flayers can only wear this one fit. It comes with it. It comes with a fit. That's it. Quiet. Yes, go bite the internet connection. I don't know what the fuck is happening to Kai's internet. Charge into hell with my baby girl. I kind of wish we did that, but also it was him talking. It wasn't us. So we didn't really get a choice. But he did at least save her. He did not let her die. I was about to cry, Doc. I was about to cry because I thought she was going to die. Truth be told, it's not like we took her out at all. We are going to download a mod so that we can take all the companions with us next time. Since we are a 4-man squad. Hi, Da. How are you? It is me. Cry, I dare you. I don't want to. It was so sad. And then it was so sad too, Astarion, because like, we didn't take him out either. So he was just a normal vampire. But at the end, talking to him, it was so cute seeing him happy. But then I was devastated because I couldn't romance him. Like, fuck. So here's the thing, Doc. About this run with my friends. It was the first run I've ever done in Baldur's Gate. So it was the first story I ever started. I will name drop everybody. Ben killed Shadowheart. The collective group besides me didn't feed Gale and refused to feed him, so he ran away. So no, Gale did not because he left the party in the first act. Because I was willing to give him food, but everybody else refused to give him food. Have fun driving. Be safe, Shaylin. I love you. Yeah, so Gale didn't exist. I'm scared for the Dark Urge run because I do want Gale to exist. So I'm going to resist everything from taking the hand. And by taking the hand, if anybody knows the Dark Urge run, you will know what I mean. So there's that. Be jealous of your room. What? It's redecorated too. I took down all my Christmas decorations, so now all of my trinkets are back. With the more trinkets, because Choco Cat's there, Bendy's there. Things got shifted around. I was trying to go for like color coordination, and this works. This works. Also, that's a Kirby. That's a cone. My dad got it for Christmas. I took it immediately. We have some colorful zone over there. This is like This side's just not working, but I'm covering it anyway, so it's okay. I need to pick one of my little pops, though, and put it back on my desk because I put my other one back up there. So I don't know which one to take. But I'll decide that later. Thank you. Just imagine them all rats from not Warframe, Warhammer. I really want to play Warframe. It's been a while. I know, I have so many trinkets and I have a new shelf. So I think I'm going to put up the shelf tomorrow or Friday. And I think all of the Resident Evil stuff is going to get moved over here. That's going to get moved down here, I think. So I can have access to it. But yeah. Oh, the shelves. I could buy more figures. I'm still sad about Requiem not having a collector's box. I don't know, it seems very weird. Not because when me and him played, he wanted a few people on his squad. He somehow ended up with all the men, and I ended up with all the girls, and he was mad because none of the girls wanted to romance him, but Gail, Will, and Astoria. Man, he pulled all the men. That's so funny. I still remember on my own playthrough, the end of Act 1, somehow they all wanted to bang me, and I was like, what the fuck's happening here? Especially for Lae'zel, because I didn't talk to Lae'zel at all, because I despise Lae'zel. I love her. But, I despised her, and I didn't want to talk to her at all. But then suddenly, she was just like, I like you. And I'm like, whoa. Where did this come from? I didn't even talk to you, ma'am. Literally, don't bring you out of the party. If any other topic to talk about? No, don't worry about it, Nova. I love Miku so much. I do have a colorful stage. I haven't played it in a while, but I go back and forth with playing it sometimes and then not playing it. But I do like it. I don't read any of the stories. But I do love them. I think I have it downloaded on my phone. We haven't pulled Pokemon cards on here in a while. Oh, I might not have it. I have it on my old phone. Yeah, I don't have colorful stage. I really should because I love rhythm games. Grew up playing Dance Dance Revolution. The Love Live rhythm game. Miss her dearly. Can't believe they shut her down. Devastated still about that. But I played a lot of that. So colorful stage is really fun. I'm still getting used to some of the stuff because some of it's different than how the Love Live was. Doc, I'm not fucking gay. I'm not gonna romance a man. Dude, technically, you're not gay. You're playing as a woman. Oh. He did that to himself. He's got no balls. He got no balls. Just romance the men. Can I romance? Why was I about to say, can I romance Halsin? As if I haven't seen the scene of him staying in a bear form. Anyways, we beat it last night, and I'm very excited, very happy, and very, content. But I want more. Because now I really want to see the other endings in a sense of, I want to romance Astarion. We were discussing it last night, though, as a group, just okay, what do we want to play and what do we want to do? And then the question was posed of, oh, who do we want to romance? Astarion. But I want to do evil Astarion because I'm going to be Dark Urge. And they said that I was romancing Carla. She never left my parties, so he could... Damn. You snatched Karlach up. As you should. As you deserve, because you deserve Karlach. But damn, you fucking snatched her up. Nope. That's mine. Oh, I hear my mom. I think I am deciding on what class to play, though. I'm either going to be, for race, I'm either going to be an elf again, because I love being an elf, and or a tiefling. I think those are my two picks. That was romancing Karlach, and she... Sorry, I just reread that again. And it's still so funny. I love you, Quiet. But I was thinking about being a cleric. the cleric in my brain is jingling for this because it would be very funny being a dark urge character and a cleric, and I think that would be very fun. When a romancing Sarah, wish me luck. Good luck. We need to go bite Kai's internet. We need to go bite it. Chomp it. I love this version. I am leaving this song. But yeah, I need to come up with a plan for the Dark Urge. My heart says to be a druid again, but I need to stop being a druid. I just love druids so much. So I'm thinking of either a cleric, the sorcerer because there's the shadow magic, or a rogue, I think. Oh my god. When going to talk to her, I said, dude, this is my big, big beautiful wife. It's always when she calls me soldier and then I melt. And as soon as she called me soldier during the first meeting, he looked over to me and I said, fully. He really said, man, I get you now. Bless you, thank you, quiet, thank you. How long has it been? Okay. What was I gonna say? There was something else that has happened. It was Baldur's Gate news, but there was something else. I started off with the Baldur's Gate because my brain just spit that out. But there was something else I was going to say, and now I don't remember that something else. Oh, well. Anybody's played through? I'm playing a Bard Warlock mix. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm leaning towards Cleric because, God, what was this subclass? I almost want to open up Baldur's Gate because we were all just like looking at the classes, trying to plan stuff out. But we're not starting for like 2 weeks. Cleric. Subclasses. Please. This is all I need. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a cleric death subclass or a cleric trickery subclass. Because I'm like, oh, get Shadowhound. Oh, but that's really cool. Okay, so I'm in between a cleric or a sorcerer. I'm thinking. Let's see. What other would be play monk? No, but I think one of our other friends is going to play a monk. So it's okay. I mean, I could be a warlock. But I don't think I want to be a warlock. We have choices here. I do want to be a ranger. I mean, I could be a rogue. Swashbuckler. Thief. Assassin. Arcane trickster. Just be a little shit, basically. Can I go back? Can I go back? Okay. It didn't let me go back. It's not Lana. The ranger seems really fun, but I don't see any desire to play. I could be a paladin. And Oath of Vengeance? Wait, that sounds really freaking fun. Monk scares me. Oh yeah, College of Swords. That's what you made me do for Bard, correct? What are these? Battlemaster Champion, Aldrich Knight. No, thank you. What's in monks? Way of the Drunken Master. Oh my god. I need to do a playthrough of somebody and we're all just monks. I think that would be very funny. If you're going to be a warlock, don't do Hexblade pack of the... okay. It's broken in BG3 and you never get your second attack. Oh, interesting. Okay. I wasn't leaning towards warlock at all, but I'll take note of that, at least for my friends too. I had to play D&D the other day and I panicked Every step it seems so complicated. Nova, my dear. I have yet to play. I see you there, Gar. I have yet to play D&D with the whole gang because I too am scared because it's not complicated, but it's complicated. You know, you understand because you also are going in with no information and I don't know what I'm doing and I need to build a new character and yeah. So I feel you. Did you? I just suggested. Just a mere suggestion. Did you finish the game? Yes! Gar, we finally finished it! And I think, besides the obvious characters who we have lost earlier in the playthrough, did we even... No, because we killed her girlfriend, so he stayed back there. So there's so many people who we've lost in this playthrough, Gar, because my friends are stupid. And I'm gonna blame them and not me, because I'm not the one who talked. Besides Starian. They knew every time that I talked to him and let him drink my blood. That -1 tick. Or when I heroically sacrificed myself to the succubus. So heroic of me. So heroic. What, who died? Have I not told, have I never explained to you the characters, the major characters of which were missing in this playthrough? Might listen. And honestly, I highly suggest it. I should have done that as well, listen in. But yeah, you get a feel for it. And also you just get to see what chaos happens. Power game, I'm such a I'm such a power gamer. Let me know to class race. Okay. I want to learn how to build it myself too, so that I know, but also I still do need the help. Also because I'm like, are we on the new one or the old one? I think we're on the new one for all the short ones that we've been doing. But because I'm a lot more free now, so I want to play. In front of the homies? Yes. And what about it, Gar? Anyways, you would be very devastated, Gar, because my friend in Act 1, in the first instant of meeting, killed Shadowheart. And then we lost Gale along the way because we refused to feed him, and he said, fuck you, I want food, and peaced out. Those are the major people from our party. Everybody else we kept alive. We lost a lot of other characters because we did not save them in Act 2. Freaky? Yes, Gar, but I got us the information, okay? Unfortunately, my little druid in that playthrough, Soul, I did unfortunately get her into a lot of freaky situations. And I'm like, I don't mean to be doing this, but now I'm the one taking the bullet for this, so I might as well just be that one. In my list tonight, literally, God, this was the first game I had ever started in Baldur's Gate, so I genuinely didn't know the characters too well. Did know that she most likely was important, but not super important, you know? Didn't know we missed her entire backstory because, you know, she was dead. Because my friend tried to pickpocket her. Mr. Farthrow, Mr. Ben tried to pickpocket Shadowheart and she said, what the fuck? And then we had to fight her. So I agree. Available much now? My job has gotten busier. Fight your job. That's illegal. How dare it? That's what I'm saying, Gar. True. Shadowheart's just a little baby girl. I love her. I love her story because in my playthrough, it's not a phase. She has white hair now. And I love that so much for her. Let me not accidentally open up Baldur's Gate. But anyways, now I want to play more. So if you see me playing, no you don't. I gotta get to my 300 hours, okay? Honestly, I gotta get to my much more hours. Did that also get lipstick on it?
Hydrate, you
The hell?
bastard! Hydrate!
I only have coffee, quiet. Do, 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 do. No, Nova, if you need any help, Nova, there's a whole bunch of us. Nova, in the Discord, there's the D&D chat over there. If you ever need help building characters or anything, just ask there. Stream Baldur's Gate with... You're so right. We need to beat one Harley's Run, which we're not even done with Act 1, which is okay. I've been holding off because I need to turn off some of the settings. I need to turn off some of the settings. I need to turn off some of the settings so that we can finish that. But we're basically done with Act 1. I do need to go back and get the owlbear. That's the only thing I do need to do because we cannot leave without that. But yes. Just got called to invite me to lunch, PF Chang. I just finished my lunch. Oh no. I mean, you still could go and get something small. That's the worst like type of timing turnip. It be that way sometimes. But we do need to do that. And then I want to do a community run, which would be the hardest thing to try to set up since we're all so busy. But it would be really fun to download a mod and just have the whole gang there. Also, I saw you open up Deadlock. How's it been? My friend sent me a video last night that my other friend sent to my friend about a Deadlock for your employed friends to teach them stuff. And you know, there was a certain point in the video where the guy was just like, hold on, because I messaged it to Jordy. I need to find this exact quote. In the video, he said, "Don't get parried, idiot," and I felt a personal attack on me. Because I don't parry. And that's on me because in my brain is I'm trying to press all the other buttons. I forget about parry, so it's not programmed into my head yet. I did pull out an ungodly, perfectly timed parry one time, Gar. I was so pissed off and mad because me and Jordy queued up for a match, but our other friend Kodiak wasn't in it because they had got disconnected previously. So I was very mad. And somehow I ungodly pulled out a perfect timed parry to stun a Billy out of fucking nowhere. Pulled that out of my pocket out of nowhere. We bullied that Billy to death that match. It was that we were so aggressive. It was very funny. It was really hoping the new stuff. Damn, when does the new stuff come out? Also, hi Kev. My island resort. Fuck yeah. We need to do that in the community run. But I need to upgrade my house more too, so I need to work on that. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm looking at Quiet's food. Where am I? Need to scroll. Okay, that's Robbie over there. Oh no, Bobiak, you're so right. Also, their name on Twitch is Raspberry. Or I can address them by their Steam name, which right now, right meow, is a wide load mommy. But yes, Bobiak.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Winter break. Agony, agony. It should be soon then. Oh no, I've been getting better. I played, oh my god, Gar. Kodiak, they have the best names ever. I love them so much. What was I going to say? Gar to you because you're a deadlocker. I changed up my preferences for like queuing up, and so I had Paige and Mina and Ivy as double priority, but I put everybody down to just like one priority because I'm like, okay, I would like to play these ones, but like I don't care which ones. Kind of want to play more than just Paige now. I got stuck as Paige a lot and I liked her, but now I'm unsure because I changed up my build, so now I'm like, eh. But then I got thrown in, as soon as I did that, I got thrown in as Paradox. I had no build ready for Paradox. Have not played Paradox at all. But we won that match, and I had a lot of fun as Paradox. So, I do like Paradox. Anyways, also it's hitting that time, so we'll be booting up Stardew in a moment. Is this chocolate? Yeah, give me chocolate. But I love Paradox. Paradox is a great character. Love that gal. Anyways, that's a Deadlock talk. I love Deadlock. I'm gonna be playing Deadlock later. Because I'm addicted. Paradox is a lot of fun. I do actually like Paradox a lot. Really wasn't expecting to play Paradox because I kind of forgot she was on the list. Ooh, I've been loving Ivy. That's who I parried the Billy so hard. I hope that Billy was crying. Because I was playing Ivy, so I kept on stunning him too. That Victor and Billy did not have a fun time. Me and Jordy were very pissed off and angry, and we were playing so aggressively. My goat, the fucking goat. I love... I love... What's her fucking name? Lady Geist. I love her because the way she calls some of the characters. Also, I don't know who it was. I almost want to say it was Infernus last night. Infernus said, I see Kevin. Sorry, Kevin in chat. But me and Kodiak, even their reaction, we were both just like, Kevin? So Kelvin was now Kevin. So that was quite funny. But Lady Geist was like, Billiam. Sometimes what they fucking call each other is so funny. And it's so sassy. Lady Geist is extremely sassy. Lady Geist is also... She's not mean to Viscous, but sometimes she's mean to Viscous. And I'm like, leave the little boy alone. Mo is 1 in a trillion. I called Mo Maurice. 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 Mr. Krillian, I hate Mo. Mo and Krillium. I hate versing them because I'm always squishy characters, so when they snatch me up, I'm like, I'm fucking dead. I'm just there getting slapped to death. I'm like, this is it. I'm ascending to heaven. We should play Deadlock on stream sometime. Anyways, you guys want to look at my stickers? Look how shiny that is. It's literally an entire book. But like the first, like, whole section are shiny. Right now, right? Meow. Then the second half is like normal, not shiny. Sending to... You're not ascending to godhood. You're just dehydrated. Like, look at that. These are so cute. Anyways, what if I become a aesthetic, I can't become an aesthetic person. I put Pim and Glep. I almost said Glorp. Glep on my fucking planner. But like, like, look, do I have any important information here? No, it's just stream stuff and editing things. Like, it's so cute. I need more washi tape though. So politely and kindly, I need to find more washing tape. Washi tape. Bee's birthday is very cute. She got a little ampter. Little ampter. That's her birthday party. She got an ampter. And then I have my little kitty paws marking the months. I've seen sticker books. Wanted them to get for scrap. Oh, yes, you should. Honestly, Nova. One, it came with the tweezers, which are very nice to place because when you're dealing with super small stickers, actually very nice. Oh, yeah, sorry. Out of my way, gay boy. I'm about to liberate myself from this mortal coil. Apidal. Yeah, sorry, you said gay boy. That's so handy. Yeah, I do recommend it. It came with this because I accidentally bought the pack that came with it, but it's actually very nice. But this, I got this off of Amazon. They had a couple different ones, so I'm gonna buy some more, I think. Because, like... Okay, it's super hard to show these ones because they're very shiny. But, like, this is, like, a whole bunch of bread. It's a whole bunch of Japanese words, too, but it's, like, small stickers and then some really big ones. Let me find, like, a bigger one. I know there's one of, like, the strawberry. And you can rip out these pages, too, but I'm not going to because why would I do that? They're so cute, though, because, like, look, it's, like, all pink things and, like, this super colorful page. And then it's, like, an all blue page. A purple. It's so pretty. But I am now hitting the crisis of I don't want to use these, but I must. Also, it's a hardcover book. Like, it's not hard cover, but like, this is a thick book. Yeah, the shiny ones are very cute. This green page is very cute. Did I use stuff off of this? No. There is a Nessie, though. It's nice because in the back are, like, the flat image ones. They're shiny, like the normal sticker, but they're not, like, iridescent. Do love that. So I do recommend them. Those are off Amazon. You probably can find them anywhere, truth be told. I usually buy a lot of my stationery stuff from AliExpress. It takes some time to come in, but I usually do. I used to do a big order every year and get a lot of washi tape and stationery supplies. I might do that again because I'm into this. But the second one, use the second one. Keep the first. Why not? But buy a second one? You're so right. But I just gotta buy more. I can just buy more. I can just buy more. It's okay. Get them at a good price. Yeah. I mean, I can see. I don't know how AliExpress would work for you, Nova. I assume you guys can use AliExpress. AliExpress is like really cheap place, but ships from Asia. But I trust AliExpress. I trust AliExpress a lot. I'm sure you can. So I do recommend AliExpress. If you buy from AliExpress, do a bigger order, I would say. But because you can get stuff for like $1. It's like Wish. Yeah. I mean,
Hydrate, you bastard!
stationery
Hydrate!
wise, I feel like it's good. The rest of it, yeah. Stationery stuff is really good from AliExpress. If not, there's some legitimate sites too that I can actually give you. And like I said, I got this from Amazon, so some of the stuff is more readily available. But now I have that giant book and I don't know where to put it. I did clean out my sticker drawer though, and I made it more organized, and it actually has space. So that's quite great. I do want new pens though, because I do like this pen, but I would like a thinner pen. Okay, let me not just throw my pens, because this is a 0.7. But this is really nice. This is it's Sharpie brand, but they're very good. Find stuff on Alley too. I do loads of traditional art. Ooh, supplies. Oh my god, yeah. I still have all of my old art supplies because I studied art. That shit's so expensive. We had to do calligraphy and well, it wasn't calligraphy, but we had to use a calligraphy pen because we had to do ink work for drawing. That shit's so expensive. But I will say I bought a cheap pen for that. I did pay the price because it was cheap. And it was a lot harder to use because it wasn't as good. But I didn't care because I was not going to use it afterwards. I do like ink wash. Ink wash is so much fun to do, and I do love the brush. My brush is absolutely fucked though, so that's okay. Hello, Kirawa. Just all the various cats. All the various cats. Oh, I didn't know about the last cat. I have so many. I love the 3 ones. I think the third one is my favorite. I think I used that in one of my friend's birthday cards this year. My farmers. I'm gonna start booting up the game. Also, I don't really want JoJo, but I've already listened to like half of the song. But yes, I do. I love the song. Do, 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 do. I need to write that down. Oh my god, how many notes have I done in this? That's TwitchCon preparation. What is that? Oh, that was the script. I didn't ever use that script. That's Christmas planning. Wait, I had another list that was for a different video planning. Normal tick. Talk. I needed to write down this song so fast. Because I still need to post my end of the year video, and I think the song would work very well because I love the beginning of it. But now I need to reorganize all of my clips to match this song, so that's gonna be fun. So it's gonna be butter and toast. Yes, this is the right person. Okay, it's queued up, Gar. Okay. Let's get the show on the road. Star. There we go. I spelled Stardew wrong. Now I want to talk about stationery. I love stationery stuff. I have a whole bunch of pens, but I want to get more fountain pens, question mark. There's some pens I have been eyeing that I would like to get, and more coloring pens. I can't bend my arm so far back, that really hurts. More pens like that, my drawing pens, because those are really nice. Those are so nice for drawing stuff, for journaling. I also really want to get, it's super expensive. It's not super expensive, but like it's a chunk of money. It's not like a cheap purchase. But there's the mini like sticker printer, because I saw somebody doing their book catalogs of like what books they've read, but they print it out in like a mini little sheet and it's a sticker. I saw Kai open that game so fast. The little sticker, and so they print out the covers of the books so that they can mark what books they've read, and I'm like, that's really cute. So now I'm invested. But also because low key, I really want a Hobanachi, which is a journal. It's like stationery planner, whatever, but they're super expensive. But they have really nice covers. But I'm trying to get into journaling this year to see how I feel about it. Because if I'm going to go half-ass again about it, I'm not going to buy a Hobanachi because that's $40 to $90 depending on limited editions and what you buy. Usually $50. Let's just say that because it imports. This was $10. I can suffice with this, which is planned out very well and is planned out the same as Hobanachi. The same as their planners. It's just the cheaper version. But I would really like a Hobanachi. But if I actually get really into planning and all that, then I'll treat myself to that. But for now, I will not. We do need a Discord sound up. I'm gonna let my farmers in. When I get my farmers in and everybody in, I'm going to go get water. Maybe some more coffee, because I do need to... We have coffee, so I need to use it. Is everything planned out right? Did that switch? Yes, it did. Farmers ready for action. Hell yeah. Also, God, this is a nice song. The server is booting up. I don't remember where I slept. I slept in... This is not my house. It's not my house. That's in fact not my house. Is that available? Yes, it is.
Well, look who's kind enough to join them.
Oh,
Good believe proof sketchbook. Oh, fuck yeah.
Whose house am I in?
Fresh tip.
we're in your house.
We're all in.
This is your house.
Yeah.
I woke up, I looked around and was like, this ain't my house.
Yeah, this is your house.
I don't recognize it.
Implode. Don't you dare
Thanks,
implode. Ooh, honey.
I haven't finished yet.
I love it so far. I was a little confused because it's a smaller house that I've been playing on.
You
I have-
upgraded.
I have all of the rooms unlocked on mine.
5 lately?
It's huge, and it's got empty rooms. I don't like it.
Gar, it be that way. It do be that way. Oh my god. Is everything up?
I don't remember how to exist.
You get stuck there.
Am I allowed to explode? Am I allowed to explode?
Yeah. No.
No, don't worry, it blowed.
If you explode, I'll explode too.
No, it blowed. No, it blowed. No, it blowed. Oh, I forgot I have a random
Why
portrait.
not?
No, it blowed. No, it blowed. No, it blowed. No, it blowed. Oh, I forgot I'm renovating everything with trees.
But I am looking at you with my big ol' eyes. I would like to explode.
No, Gar, I'm stealing your diamond and you'll never know, I say as you're here. This is what your house looking like. I don't know why there's a chunk missing here. We're not going to talk about that right now, okay, Gar? Here's
Don't worry about it.
here's your wife. There's your wife. Your wife is still living, still breathing. Bless up. Fuck yeah. We've been taking care of the fishes. Oh. Look, they're feeling pretty good. Way to cook the I will never dare cook up the fish. I might cook up some of these fish. There's 10 of them. They're feeling very healthy, but for now they be there. I don't know where I'm putting everything.
I gotta find the windows.
I gotta go get more water. Now I'm here. The lava worth a lot of money. I should let them repopulate the lava. I'm gonna sell the diamonds, so that's for sure. I get more money.
Repopulating. That's one of my favorite things to do.
Oh, there's 7 of them. Come here. 1. You shall be cooked. 2. You also shall be cooked. Where's my smoker? Oh, down there.
Over
I
there.
hardly know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they're being cooked. Don't worry, Noah. Have a good rest of your day and everything. Take care. Oh my god, I have a child.
Why do you have a child? I forgot you had a child.
I forgot I had a child. Okay,
I also have a child.
You do. I'm gonna go get water and everything. I'll give you guys Nessie though.
Yay.
Okay. Yay.
Okay, Nessie's with you. You're not alone no more.
We're not alone.
Sorry,
Can these skeletons leave me alone, please?
No.
Aw.
Mhm.
Pa. I can finally leave here.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Bless you.
Oh my god, Turnip, I forgot you also had a baby.
Really? Well, I didn't even know. I need a fish smoker.
Smoker, I hardly know.
Chicken coop though. Without the music. I don't like it.
Oh, it's fun playing with no sound.
Yeah, I'm also playing without. I've just realized I'm also playing without the music. This sounds weird and wrong.
I don't like it.
I miss my music tiles. I miss it a lot.
Well, I don't have wood. I do have stone.
I will be back in a minute.
Okie dokie. Ooh, that gave me a lot.
What in the world is going on Sarah's screen?
Everything.
I just noticed your guys' PNGs are like insane, and I have this cute little adorable turnip.
Yeah, little kitty cats.
Could have made a better one.
Yeah, so good.
Stripes.
Is that a Sarah?
Hello.
Hello.
I threw Nessie,
Hello.
and Nessie attacked the cat.
Oh no.
I know, that's why I ran. I was like, "Whoa, no, wait!" Why is Undertale playing?
Oh.
That was a little bit of a jump scare. Queen of the sauce. Oh, I can make a Maki roll now. I forgot they have big. Big. Oh my god, the kid is walking. That's quite scary. Oh, she's building more on my house. I forgot.
Yeah.
4,000. Okay.
Do be a lot.
I don't know what types of trees I planted there. It do be a lot. Oh, let me check on cars things.
Oh. That was my game then, but no, it's you.
Hello, dog. Truffles anywhere? Just the one. I'm gonna make a lot of money right now.
Oh.
I stole all the truffle oil.
Oh.
But because I haven't been making the truffle oil, so we have so many truffles. So that
All
truffle
the balloons.
production is beginning. Truffles! Oh, how are these plants doing?
Headphones are back on.
Yippee! Headphones.
Yeah.
I should put on... I want to listen to City Pop. Do I have a truffle? I think I have a truffle oil maker. Who knows? Who's this
Who knows?
deforestationing?
Me.
Good.
Wood. And I need wood.
I only have 2. Where do those take to make?
No, I don't need to go here.
Ew. Slime?
The slime.
Slime.
The slime. Hello.
How wow. mushrooms. Got a bunch of new work shirt. Probably cost too much, but
Yeah.
man,
Too many
it's for work.
mushrooms. These are good.
Okay, I put myself to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Already?
Yes, because I need to drink coffee. I didn't warm
The
up the coffee. Agony. It's just cold coffee now.
Oh, it's fine. Still coffee.
It's still tasty. It's still tasty.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Goomber. I didn't see you there. The
Hi, Goomba.
purples all blend in with each other.
Ew.
What if I just paint my nails? I don't know why I can't. I always choose to paint my nails while I'm gaming.
Oh yeah. Best time to do it.
It is. Because I have so much time when I'm gaming. Because usually it would be between.
Wow, wow,
Ah,
wow.
wow, 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 wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Welcome back.
Wow, 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 wow.
Ah, wow, 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 wow. Me at you.
Hugs you, hugs you, hugs you.
Hello.
Ah, wow, wow,
Ah,
wow,
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 wow.
wow.
Hugs you, hugs you, hugs you.
Bites you. Turnip, don't mind me.
Gnaws off your leg.
Don't
Just
mind me.
Run with my wife.
my
Can't get
wife.
past
Yeah, I'm sleeping with your
Hi,
wife.
Goomba. I'm doing
Don't mind me
good.
sleeping with your wife.
I am painting my nails apparently now. I may be streaming. I may be gaming.
Hey.
We're painting our nails. I made so much fucking money, bro. Car. I need to message Car.
I need to
Don't
actually
do it.
make money.
Oh
some
my
money.
god, my boy! My boy!
Oh well.
My boy Linton. Linton posted his headshots. This is the first thing I saw when I opened up Instagram. I'm like, my boy!
It's my boy.
Not my hoy. My hoy!
My boy.
That's my boy. That's my son.
Okay.
That's boy's son.
All the blueberries. This is gonna be great for wine.
Oh yeah.
Why am I built like this? I'm here streaming, but I'm like, oh my god,
Thinking of
my
it.
phone. Oh, is he? Oh, he's on a little trip. Good job.
Jesus. Blueberries are so plentiful.
No one should allow me to stream. Where's
There
Car?
we go.
Okay, message Car.
Turnip, I think I finished your house if you're okay with it.
That is all.
I will go and upgrade it. Kidding.
Okay, there we go. Oh no, my boy! Father Elb. I love that stupid fucking video. Anyways, Goober, I am very good. The end of the year was rough. I was working.
I
have a basement!
Hey gang,
Yes.
the fences between cars and my areas have eroded. I now have pigs in my fields eating my food.
Oh no.
I wish murder was an
They eat the
option.
cheese.
We could murder the pig.
It was the way you said
We
they
could sell
eated
the
my
pig.
cheese.
Hello.
Well, I'll take care
I
of it.
just wanted my crops.
Excuse me, animals. When they go to sleep, I will fix it. Oh, okay. Excuse me, bunnies in the orchard.
Yeah, they're allowed to be there.
I just ran
It's
into
the
it.
pigs, the sheep, the cows, and the goats that aren't supposed to be here.
That is okay. I will fix it.
Because all like the chickens and the rabbits and things are my friends.
They're my friends.
They're my friends.
Oh, Meta Horizon. I hate you.
that's mean.
It all tabbed my game.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh,
Pam sent me a battery in the mail.
oh. At least it's not a bomb.
Why? I think it would
Kill the pigs.
You know what's funny?
Kill
There's a
John
quest that I have
Mm-hmm.
that says that's Pam asking for a battery.
Oh, Pam. Oh.
But she sent me a battery in the mail.
She had one all along.
She had one and she fucking sent it to me instead.
She said, "Oh man, I don't need this.
Golly.
Actually, I need one."
Silly.
You have some.
Boom, 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 boom,
There we
boom.
go. I'm selling so many crops that it's gonna equate to like maybe 3,000 money.
Yeah, I can
Holy
eat.
money.
Do you need money?
No.
I'm sorry, that just sounded like, do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs?
I have a money.
Oh, good.
Yippee.
Mhm.
Good, 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 good.
Mhm.
Oh.
I need it.
Red
Oh,
radishes ready. Oh
Different.
no, my crops. I have more space down here. I plant these. Cannot plant now. Scottish.
7.
6? I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
7.
Ah, wrong thing. There we go.
Go shut up. Go shut up.
So I just like dogs. Hey, I need a battery. I'll just send it to Kai so that they can give me a battery. They said I gotta help you out. You haven't given me a battery yet. Let me just send you one.
Yeah, I know. I've had that quest for ages.
They said, let me just help out. I already got a battery in the meantime. It's okay. I have so much money. What was I gonna say earlier?
Oh, whoopsies.
Oh, I was
I
gonna
accidentally eat an apple.
Something
eat
something
it.
you love
That's okay. You
something?
want my apple?
I needed it. No, it's okay. I took it from the stock to go sell it, but I accidentally eat it instead.
Apple is good. I don't want to milk the cows. I milked one. That's good enough.
Oh, I haven't been in here for a couple of days because I've been sorting out your things, Turnip.
What did you do? What did you forget?
I have not. I forgot to clear out the chickens and they're not on automatic. I don't have an
Oh, damn.
automatic.
Take too long because I'll do it
You
myself.
need to buy a
Literally, doc.
grabber.
I saved
the
my
song?
money for the furniture catalog. That reminds me, I gotta go grab it.
I like
I
this.
left
Quito,
my catalog
It's
at your house on
Tato!
accident.
Mhm.
Tato, my beloved.
I was like, this is a good
Also,
Miku
I
song.
hope that I've been sounding okay. I hope,
Yeah,
I hope that Discord has been okay because my Discord has been like massively fucking up and to the point where I've not been able to be in calls properly.
What
It's
if
being mean.
I take a chomp out of it? Because that's meat. Oh, I didn't calculate how to make a fence. I built one.
It'd make me want.
That's
It's
adorable.
2 wood for one and then 10 wood for a fence gate.
I'm building a stone wall. It's getting walled off. But I only built one instead of like, 2 to go across.
Silly.
I'm like, oh wait, it's not just one. Tetris.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. That kind of hurt.
That's real as hell. When the sneezes hit, but they hit back.
When the sneezes hit, but it hits me directly in the ribs, and I'm just dying in pain.
Oh, let's respond to
Fair.
Winton. What am I doing? Where is Winton?
Ow.
There we go. Now I sell things. I make money. It all
Money.
over.
Oh, the animals are going to bed? Get your ass in there, pig.
Mhm. Money.
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 I need to, at some point, I need to see how much space we have quiet and see if I can build shit, not that, what's it called? A barn.
I am.
Ooh, yeah.
Specifically.
The wall is walling. That's the stupidest little wall I've ever built. That is such a silly little wall. They can't get through, right? They can't. There's no way. It's gonna be random
Oh,
shit
there's
that
a
don't
sheep
look
in here. There's a
Learn
sheep in
anything
here that
from
you can
history.
follow.
Walls don't work.
Okay. The wall is open.
Yeah. We gotta, once it hits, like, 7, we gotta go into a building and then out of a building so that the pigs and that will just teleport over.
It's just
And
that
then
we can
build the
sheep.
wall.
Who's in here?
It's gotta be, there we, okay. We need
If
sheep.
not, they would just do it overnight anyway.
Yeah, but we need to be out before to blockade. Well, I guess if I put it there, they should.
Okay, it's in now. It's in now. It's in now.
Magic.
It can,
No,
it's
that,
okay.
I moved my
Mhm.
barn on mine, and I just went to sleep and woke up in the right
Hello.
Oh,
I should just put a shit ton of
oh,
trees here.
ah, ah, ah.
You're blocked in. You can never leave.
I don't
The
want
Amazon is trying to turn me into a fanboy. Yeah, be what you want. I'm not gonna finish that one, Doc. I love you, Doc.
I think you should give it to Amazon, dog. I think you should give it to your
Give
Amazon.
it a chance.
Given to the
Especially with
wall.
Amazon
Give it
Prime
to
What you're
and
looking
Netflix.
for.
You could become a fanboy so fast. Amazon Prime. Ship it
We should
immediately.
make that the slogan. Yeah, one day delivery. One day delivery.
Exactly. Oh my god, I have a
forgot about my
Passamonte.
husband.
Oh, I have Picha Wine.
I forgot my husband. No.
No.
My husband, no. Oh, all the honey's in there. I see.
I've been too busy redecorating things.
Yeah, you've been off to war.
Smooching was-
Oh my god, I
Redecorating.
have the cat. The cat gave me a fish. The cat gave me a fish.
This
Aw.
goes in there.
It's a turn.
Don't have the body to be a
It's like a
femboy.
deer.
I'm a bear. You can't be a femboy. I have too much. Be a femboy bear.
Why not?
Well,
both?
Problem
It's okay,
solved.
I'm also a bad dog.
Her.
I
think
too.
that's fair,
I'm a
bear.
bear. Where
Okay.
is?
That's a fair bear.
Not today. I had to. Sometimes you got to take a day off. You know.
Not
Okay,
today.
this is worth a lot.
I got an
What is
email for
this?
that.
I'm gonna keep that one. Oh my god, why do I have so much fucking honey? Jesus Christ. I have 47. Ooh, that one's worth
Probably
a lot.
the beehives, I think.
Yeah, but I didn't realize I've had that many.
Yes.
What about my specialty ones too? And a bear are not completely opposite sides of the spectrum. Well, just make them not on the opposite sides of
Me
the
and
spectrum.
Doc are opposite. Me and Doc are opposite sides of
Oosa,
bears at this
oosa,
point.
oosa.
It's so funny.
I mean,
I can put things. I can put things in the. I can put things in the fish ponds, like in not the fish ponds, the fish tanks.
Yes.
No, I can put non-fish things in the fish tank.
Fuck
Uh-huh.
yes.
I
You
put
put it-
seaweed in the fish tank, and it
Mhm.
decorated it.
Oh, that's cute.
Aw.
I gotta go. I gotta see if I can put the. I gotta see if I can put the purple shorts in there. Also, quiet. It's nearly midnight.
Thank you.
Thank
I gotta
you.
Shorts in
I
there.
tend to forget too.
Real as hell. I say as I'm in bed now painting my
Remind you when
nail.
it's nearly midnight. Because I know quiet tends to forget.
Yeah.
Be that way.
Thank you.
I love the song that's playing, but I also hate it because I play it on Osu. So it's kind of like traumatized me. Because I can see the circles. It's such a cute song, though. Okay, we have another nail painted. Every form of
Ooh,
physical.
hell yeah.
I am bear. Yes. Even
Which
physical,
color are you
I
going
am
with?
bear. Yes. I have this like.
What colors are you painting them?
Okay. In the terms of what it's actually called, it says willow in the wind. It's a sage green.
Ooh.
It's a very
Ooh.
nice sage green. I actually really like this color.
Pretty.
Were you just circling around my bed?
I was trying to get on the other side. I couldn't.
My husband's there.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shitted! Holy shitted!
Holy shitted.
Use your voice.
Holy shitted! I just had a baby.
Aw.
Oh, you think you'd have known that was coming?
Holy shitted. I just had a fucking
Usually
baby.
someone shows for a couple months at least.
Also, I
Is this
realized.
the second one?
Where is.
Mm-hmm. And it's a little baby boy.
You know what you should name it?
Going there.
That.
I need to tap
I made
back in.
23,000 money exclusively from egg
No, no, no,
and
no, no.
jelly.
What is that? Oh, that's the whole thing. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Da-da-da-da. I think I want it to be a tower.
Finn, oh, missed
had
out
a baby.
opportunity.
Oh.
What is your name?
Another baby.
Sorry, I don't know why I laughed like that to the.
I love it.
Where is okay? Make you like the same size. But the tower works, but it
I
doesn't
had
work
to name
as
it.
well.
I had to name the baby Finn. I had
Aw.
to.
I do like the tower.
I'd have it with a fish.
Not fish.
No, Finn is the name of the little bear.
Finn is you.
Yeah.
Ooh, what have
Yeah,
got?
Finn is the name of the little bear.
Cookies.
Okay.
Oh, this is ready. Yippee! I can't go that way.
Do any of you guys want stone?
What?
Does anybody want stone? I have 3 full stacks and then another
Rockin'
300.
stone. I'll take it.
I can give you a stack.
Yeah.
Let me deposit
You
some
always
stone to
give me
you.
a stack. Wait, what? Thanks, Sarah.
Is this
I am
Teta?
putting as much of it as I can just in your chest.
Thank you.
You'll find it.
Oh my god, Indy. Why did I make so many? Is this also peach wine? It's going in the basement. Hello, husband. Goodbye, husband.
You know what else is going into the basement?
Uh-huh.
My insanity.
Oh, fair.
You just see me sobbing in the corner.
Meowdy howdy, Coco. Well, I can't think of this dumb meme. Shows a girl adding foundation to it herself saying, wow, I love this color. What's it called? Yep. Yep.
Oh, yo, mama.
Pets water, yay! We fill the water bowl.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Doc. Sometimes the names of makeup, it's so fucking
They're
funny.
wild.
Yeah, because like even this, like this is a sage green. It's a cute name, Willow in the Wind. But like, what the fuck is Willow in the Wind?
Wind in the willows.
Like, what the fuck do you mean, Willow in the Wind? What does that mean?
You know what it means? Ah, wow, wow, wow,
Ah, wow, 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 wow. I should make a color that's just called ah, wow, 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 wow. Is there only 2 pigs?
Yeah.
1, 2. Why, yes.
I feel like that color would be a sunshine yellow, and I cannot tell you why.
Ah, wow, 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 wow.
Can't you upgrade more than one
Ah,
tool?
wow, 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 wow.
You can't upgrade more than one tool at a time. You gotta do it one at a time.
What if I had you guys do it?
Yeah, you could hand it to one of us, but then you'd have to, you know,
Give you the money to do it.
for that. I don't know why I keep stuttering over my
Like
words
a willow
today.
tree blowing in the
I
wind.
am so
Does it
sorry.
make you nervous?
Stuttering
go with-
I
just
might just be
happened.
dying. I might just be dying, to be
Me
honest.
too. It be that way.
No, you're not allowed.
Yeah, Doc, exactly like that. That's exactly what it's talking about. But why does that mean it's green? But I'm not upset because I love this green.
Not much.
Okay. Robin.
Do I only have like 300 wood?
I have not left
That's
the farm
wild.
at all. The mine.
My.
Des Moines.
Des Moines. Des Moines. I saw that picture.
I need to see if I can find Abigail.
Oh, she's going up to hold on, let me stalk her.
Is she at the mine? Is she
She's-
going to the mine?
she's going up to
I got
the-
a necklace for her.
She's going up to like bathhouse.
Okay, thank you.
I stalked her a little bit. Robin, fuck you!
I gotta
Where
give
are
her a
you?
necklace.
Robin's a bitch. She's not at
Where
work.
are you?
Where are you?
She's at yoga. She's doing a whole yoga.
Well, I need my things. Meow, 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 meow.
Abigail, why are you staring at the train tracks like that?
Abigail, don't do it. Back away.
Abigail, don't do it.
Abigail, you have so
Don't
many
do it,
rocks
Abigail.
to eat.
Kill. You have so much to live for.
Exactly. I don't want to do
I
this.
gotta.
What am I?
Okay, Abigail's one of the people that I don't have full friendship with. I
need to
don't have
finish
any
fun
friendship
steps.
with your baby. I'm so sorry.
No, Todd,
I have no hearts of friendship with your baby.
It's okay. I don't think I have any friendships with your baby. Oh my god, especially your new baby. Oh my god.
My new baby, I also have no friendship points with my baby. That's a whole new fucking baby. Who is that?
Who is this in my house?
You were the parent.
We can toss
Yeah.
your baby soon.
Toss the baby.
I can't wait to toss your baby.
Fucking weird.
I'm gonna fucking yeet your baby.
There's nothing appropriate about the way that sounds.
Exactly. Because I'm going to
Well,
throw
I
it.
think we can.
I need to crit
You know what's
throw.
funny? I think we can yeet turnips, baby. I'm so sorry, but I think we can. I think it's
Is it
at that
old enough?
age.
No.
Oh yeah, sacrifice baby.
Yo.
Exactly.
It might be old enough. No,
can
it's old
sacrifice.
enough. It's old enough to throw the baby.
Yes.
Go yeet my baby.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
How am I supposed to be friends with it?
We're yeeting the baby.
Yeah.
We are yeeting it. I need Gar to get in here so that we can have. Oh, and Car. We need both of them so that they both have children, and then we have more babies to yeet to hit the crit. Hit that crit throw.
Car, come back to us.
Come back to us, Gar.
We
Hold on.
lost them in the war.
Beavis.
Gar, I see you playing horse. That's all I'm gonna. I see you playing a horse.
Is it in fact Uma Musume?
Yes, I stopped at horse. I meant to say
It's
horse
okay, 'cause
girl.
I also saw that. It's okay.
I just didn't say horse girl. I just stopped at horse. You're just playing horse.
Horse.
Maybe into the oncoming train. Okay, that's a little aggressive, but if we crit throw it, I think we could throw it far enough to get there.
Yeah, if you crit throw it, then we'll get there.
You
Exactly.
crit throwing.
The
Gotta
baby.
crit throw the baby, bro.
Just like flying
We're
through
so
the
when
universe.
the
Crit
baby,
throw.
so
Crit throw.
when you interact with the baby, once it's at a certain age, you can throw it. Like it'll throw the baby in the air as like, and like instead of just like interact with it and it'll have like a little heart above its head, but you like throw the baby up in the air. You can. So the throws vary in heights. So you can either throw it like maybe like a couple of pixels, or you can crit throw it entirely off the screen.
Yeah, that's fun.
One time the other day,
Doc,
I went
it's
through the
a-
roof. I'm like, that was messed up.
Yeah.
He.
That's crit throwing the baby.
Let's
I
hit
mean,
the-
at least I got a crit, right?
Exactly. Also, Doc, it's okay. You're just on the same wavelength as us. You're at the same wavelength. Yay.
And
Ow.
it's gonna take me ages to kill 1,000 slimes for the slime ring.
Oh,
I
Jeebus.
want the slime charmer ring.
You want
Good
to charm
luck.
some slime? We can just
Well,
go.
no, because then when you get that ring, they can't hit you.
Oh, okay.
also
I'm gonna
then-
farm some
Yeah,
slime.
they just walk past. So if one of us gets it, then you can just rebuy the ring infinitely. So you could just send money to the person who has it, and then they could just buy the ring for you. Turnip, don't die.
I didn't
That's
mean
not
to.
good for your health.
I didn't mean to.
You
I
can
wasn't
try.
paying attention. I got hit by a bat.
You fucking love that
No.
tiefling tail.
Fight it.
That was the cutest thing that I've drawn recently. Actually, eating the
find
popcorn
it.
was pretty fun. Zero, lays out Hanson. He's my hero.
My favorite is the plotting or the thumbs up cat.
God, the thumbs
the
up
thumbs
cat
up
was so
cat.
stupid.
I love
Like
it
a good
though.
stupid. I do love the one that I did because it's just that kid. I love
I
that
need to show
stupid
you
one.
my top used emotes. I gotta use my top used emotes on Twitch for a while.
You gotta keep them up top. Ah! Stop hitting me, please. Yay!
No, half of them are you.
Yay! I'll cry. Don't mommy. Don't fucking shit up on me. I see
Hey, God, I brought you a
slime.
coconut.
Coconut. Okay, let me go talk to the adventurers. 1-800 hit me up for Roby. Roby. Oh my god, I love that soup one. That soup one is the cutest.
Also, don't mind the in the screenshot very
Oh.
specifically. You are mid exploding.
Mid exploding. Okay, I will look at it in a second.
The whelps on there. Yes.
Look, I had to.
I love the whelp.
Now we need to look. I'm in the mines though.
Same, I'm killing slems.
Oh, that's
dirty.
right.
I
I know, but I want to look at the
I
picture. I,
am
can't
so
look.
glad that I'm so glad that my friend went and essentially commissioned me that soup steppy emote.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all done by raffles, but I had not won a raffle in the year and a half that I had been trying. And
That's crazy.
so the person has the person has an option where if somebody has never won before, you're able to gift them. Essentially, like if you win, you're able to gift it to them instead. And so she did that for me.
I'm in a fucking cutscene.
And so I
That's
was
so
able to get
sweet.
soup.
Soup.
Mhm.
Maru, I didn't need to talk to you. I actually had things to do, but I've never gotten this cutscene before, so I will deal with it.
Nuh-uh.
That's what she
have never
said.
gotten any Mario cutscene, but bar 2 hearts. It's midnight.
Tell that to fucking Maru.
Get your ass to bed.
I needed to go talk to the Adventurer Guild too.
No,
Okay.
there's a
damn
skip button.
bad.
Yeah.
You could skip past all of it.
Yeah, but I've never gotten
I
this.
keep forgetting there's a skip button, except for on
Oh, she's showing me the
what's it called?
binary solar system.
the phone
Okay,
switch.
thanks. Maru, you're married to my friend.
Quiet, get to bed.
Oh, this is actually really pretty though. I don't want to skip this. I love space.
Okay, you still got an hour.
We are 2 very angry kitties.
Yeah.
Showed me something new. Thanks. Anyways, get back in the mines. Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to put me in another cutscene.
120.
Stop. I should make it home.
To bed.
I'm running. At least my house is at the
Okay,
front.
You might make it.
Quiet, I forgot I
Yeah,
put
be
a bed
fine.
next to mine so that you can come sleep next to me.
Ah, yes. I'll be there next time. I forgot about that.
I forgot. I also forgot about that. I was like, why is there an extra
Yeah.
bed in it? Oh wait, it's for you.
It's for you.
It's for you, so I can sleep over.
Poor Shaylin. I can't. Oh, she got somebody to pick up. I can't even help Shaylin to like pick up her shifts.
BRB.
BRB.
Have fun. Don't fall in.
I was like, what the hell is this? I'm living for the stranger. That's what I was gonna fucking talk about. That was the second thing. Oh, hey, that's my kid. Covering Shaylin's shift. What? Not today, but somebody picked up one of her shifts. That's it. My Facebook notified me that she had I can't stop sending me a bomb in the mail.
Take them.
No.
Meow.
Ow.
Ow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow wow. As my cat says when the door is closed. Meow wow.
This guy likes feet.
Meow wow. Meow wow. I don't need that in there. Oh. I was gonna say something. I was mid-talk about it. The stupid Stranger Things. Everybody's conspiracy with the conformity gate. Oh, that goes over here. I was gonna sell it. It's very funny, but it's just fun waiting to see what's actually gonna happen because I think it's just bad production.
Not gonna lie, I keep forgetting Stranger Things exists.
Real as hell.
It did exist. No more. It was good.
Like somebody in the comments finally said it of how I feel of like if this theory isn't real, which most likely it's not, and that's perfectly fine.
Oh, the theory has to be real or I'm out.
Well, the thing is, if that theory's
so
not
hard.
real, like the ending's still perfectly fine. I'm okay with it. But if it's not real, it's just the fact of what happened production-wise. Because like that, how did no one catch how poorly production was? That's my biggest thing.
That had to be the
I
only
believe the person. I believe I remember seeing something about this. Sarah, your crops are ready to be picked up
Yeah.
over here.
Thank you for circling them.
Oh, I remember seeing something like the later seasons. One of the directors for it ended up getting divorced, and
Yeah.
the person who, like, the one he
Oh, yeah,
was
yeah.
married
Oh.
to, was the diversity lead, like diversity and inclusion lead.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about last time, because she's the one who did Fear Street.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Fear Street's so good. But yeah, they got a divorce.
And she had all the good
So-
ideas.
Got divorced, and then all the good ideas went down the drain.
But like, I can accept bad writing, because that's one thing. But like, when I tell you production-wise, things were changing colors. Things were not the same. There was a ring, without like spoiling anything, there's a ring that was like straight up just reused for another scene. That's so clearly like the same ring from an earlier scene. Like, it's not even like they didn't even have.
Yeah.
There's so many things that like that I'm like, as a production standpoint, that who, oh my god, who was in charge? Because that is awful.
It sounds like they've rushed it if there's that many errors. Because
Yeah.
usually you don't find those types of errors if it takes time. But the fact that from what I've been hearing, there's a bunch of errors, then they've obviously like shot it as quickly as they could and not really paid any focus. Or they just have a really bad crew. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
Basically.
Also, as a quick point, Kai, are you're stuck on the same point in my screen?
Yeah, I'm stuck in a black screen right
Okay,
now.
okay.
I'm kind of waiting it out.
I was just
Yeah,
waiting till a point. I was like, wait, okay, I need to say something. There's a peach that's going to go to your pocket, or it's trying to at least. I'll just leave you be there.
Well, I'll never know.
But yeah, but it's the thing that's some of it, like the things changing colors, is very weird because it's a plot point for something else. So that's where it gets really weird, where it's like, okay. But then there's a lot of other like just odd things that it could just be bad production, but it so weirdly lines up with the storyline that it's also very weird.
It's okay.
You
So
tell
it's
me
not
when
like
I leave the game,
you've left the game.
because I've just
Yeah.
forced quit the game. Thank
That's
you.
okay. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I forced quit the game because I was stuck there.
Cool. But it does say that you left. Wahoo! But yeah, so it's like weird production things that it's like, it's one thing if it's bad production, but it's weird enough that it lines up with story plot lines.
So there's a possibility that they've done it on purpose, which
Yeah.
is even more weird.
Which also, I will say, even if we don't get another episode, if that's the ending of like, it's really like they,
Oh, that was it.
it's kind of also fucked because it's like, damn, that's not a good ending then. But it doesn't have to be a good ending. That'd be crazy. I picked
hey,
so
yeah.
many plants. Oh my god.
The peach.
What do you want me to do with this peach?
Boom, boom.
Eat the peach?
Yeah, what do you want me to do with the peach?
Oh, you can have it. I have
It's
I have
not mine.
3 peach
Is it
trees.
mine? I will put it in my pocket and I will treasure it forever.
Okay.
Like the frog?
Fork.
Mhm. Fork.
But yeah, so it's very fun. People are also saying that there's a lot of like weird throwback movies that are in theater coming up soon, randomly. And I'm just like, okay. So that's also weird. I wish I saw it in theaters though, the last episode. Because that just would have been fun. Sorry. Doc, I didn't read that before, but you're right. Skadoosh. Okay. I have so much.
Ow, ow,
oh, it's
ow,
4
ow, ow.
p.m. I'm not going to Robin. She's gone.
The raccoon.
The raccoon. Do they need more things?
Yes.
Ooh.
They want 5 white algae and 1 dried purple mushroom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have
I can give them
algae.
the algae.
I have it in my
and
pocket.
then
I'm
I can go
ready.
put a dried purple mushroom on. I can go put a dried purple mushroom on.
Okay, I delivered the algae.
Hello.
One throwback movie in theaters. It was a fun experience. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Honestly, I
have-
love seeing like old movies in theaters again. Seeing as how I saw The Mummy and the Studio Ghibli movies every year.
The
He-
The Mummy. You mean one of the best movies that series has ever?
Oh, why yes. You're talking to me, of course I know
Quiet, I'm
that.
grabbing you for
Nah,
the
maybe I'll
mummy.
just upload. No, don't
Yeah.
upload. Don't upload. Your phone looks so chaotic.
I want to
Organized.
watch
Yes.
it. It's so good.
Yes.
Yeah, we have it on DVD. It's one of my mum's favorite films. I
She
haven't watched it, or I can't
is a
remember
woman
ever
of
watching
culture.
it.
I'm gonna to her about it. And you.
Do it.
We'll watch it
You
so
can
many
yap to
times.
me about it now if you'd like. I just won't understand it.
This mess
Hello.
has a chaos. Yes, there's so many. Like this is mine with the this corner that is Gar. He also has a grave cemetery. I built it, but he's got it. We have down here, we have Turnip down here. And then we should have, I believe it's Goomber.
Stay in time.
Goomber only joins every once in a while.
I think it's Goomba.
This should be Reynard's house. And then it's Cars. I can't go that way because we walled
Reynolds
it.
with cup.
Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, where's Quiet? I forgot he has an actual house.
Quiet just lives with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quiet lives at everybody's house. This is Kai's. I love
Yeah.
your little house. Because, like, the outside is so cute, but I can't change mine. Yes, you do, Da. You do, because that's atrocious that he had dare say
Yeah.
such a thing. No, give me the eel.
I
That's
felt pain when I
atrocious.
heard that.
Eel.
The green is literally so pretty. Ew.
I'm so glad that I got this house and not the one that's literally falling apart.
Literally falling apart. Real as hell.
I'm not wrong. It is literally falling apart.
Yeah, you're
I don't know why I
entirely
inserted
correct.
the W in that sentence.
Literally.
Oh, wait, wait, wait.
Literally.
Big old- Big old pause.
Can't
With
put that.
my little paw.
A little pause.
Oh, pause. Okay.
Oh, where are these slimes? Where are you?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go talk to the
Where are you?
adventurer.
I've been trying to kill the slime. I
I'm
can't
so
find them.
sorry.
Is it a quest that you have to have open? Or is it
We eat
What do you
today.
mean?
I had yogurt
Like,
for
to kill
breakfast.
1,000
The
slimes?
killing 1,000 slimes. Oh no, that's
Yeah.
just on all the time. That's just
Oh,
passive.
okay.
Yeah, that's what I want to go see how many I
Mhm.
have.
How'd you find out?
The
I have,
Adventurer
like,
Guild.
300 and something. The Adventurers Guild. There's just a thing on the wall. There's a
Okay.
note on the wall, and it'll
Yellow,
tell you
let's
if you look
go.
at it. But also, it'll pop up when you complete a quest. It'll pop up in the corner. I would say it
Okay.
also makes a little sound, but you don't have sound on, so that
Yeah.
doesn't matter. You heathen playing games without sound.
I'm just at 500. I need to kill 500 more.
I'm only on 163.
It's
No.
okay. I need to kill 700 more.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, I'm gonna finish killing bats. I only need 50 more. I think I'm eating
that ain't
spaghetti for
bad.
dinner tonight. We're having leftovers because we have so many fucking leftovers.
Hey, leftovers is good.
I need to
They
kill
are.
the dust sprites more, so that I can get the burglaring.
Burglar.
Burglar.
I should have bought Boombas.
It's good.
Yeah.
Time is it though? 10? Okay, I won't dig too much.
I'm just chopping down trees.
Yapping.
Mhm.
Slime.
Bug meat.
Bug me.
Oh, you know what's gonna bite me in the ass?
What?
I made my
That's a
phone
pickup on me.
notification sound. I made my phone notification sound the fishing railing in noise.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, good
Yeah.
heavens!
Yeah.
You're gonna doom yourself.
No, I've recently put my phone back on loud because I'm expecting another call. And so, yeah, now when I fish.
I'm gonna be so
Yeah,
confused.
quiet. A couple, like 2 hours before I meet you, I have a phone appointment with the same people I met today.
Oh.
Like 2 hours before I meet you and go pick you up from the train station. Also, it's
Oh.
midnight.
Oh, I'm gonna kill these things and then leave.
So yeah, it's gonna be like a tight squeeze to come pick you up, but I'll come pick you up.
Dude, I hate talking on the phone too, Gothic.
I'll be on time.
It's okay. I can always sit and
Luckily,
wait.
these
if need be.
no, these appointments only take like half an hour at most. It'll be fine.
Pizza for lunch and dinner
Okay.
for dinner.
Yeah.
Crockpot.
It's gonna
You
be
gotta share
between
pictures of
9
that,
and
Doc.
10, and then yeah, it's gonna be between 9 and 10.
Oh, that's okay. Because I'll probably get
And
there. I'm getting there
your
around 12.
train. Yeah, you'll get
Oh.
there around 12,
Thanks, Kat.
12:30.
Yeah.
Give me algae.
Algae.
Hello, quiet.
Hello.
Gothic, I love that.
Hello.
Calling it crackpot.
Hello.
Good job, Gothic. Good job.
Oh.
I needed to pay my nail. I didn't use the other one. I should probably stand. My leg is hurting.
Your legs hurting.
Bite
I
it.
forgot I still have cleaning stuff in the back.
Bite it.
That's what
There's
I'm
a
saying.
void somewhere.
Potato, onion,
There's a little
Roast-
bear on
roast
your
corn,
shoulder
mushroom
telling you to
soup,
bite
beef
all of your
broth.
problems.
Ooh, bite the
Yeah.
problems.
Why did I
Booksellers in
wake up
town.
and my baby is staring in my like in the door of my bed, just like
Oh my god, that's
like
so freaky.
The kid
quiet.
wants to
This
know.
is peak mom. I flew up pose.
The kid wishes for violence.
There you are.
Genuinely, it just
Oh, I didn't look at the fucking emotes. I
Thank
didn't tap out. They gonna
Thank you.
say what the she they
If
No
you
gonna
look at the
problem.
game pics, you'll see what we
say
mean.
what the she
Yeah.
they gonna.
I can't find the door.
It's so.
Oh, I
What do
hate
you mean?
that.
Keep going.
Oh, I found
Sorry,
the door.
I'll
Find
put
the
a little fucking.
door.
I'll put a little
Soup.
welcome mat for you.
Could you actually do that for me, please? Really struggle to find the door.
There you go.
Thank you.
Silly.
Make pasta
Have you
for it.
considered
Ooh,
using your eyes?
that might go
Oh,
well.
I don't have eyes.
Damn, get your eyes checked. They need to put new ones. Oh, there's only so many days left. I don't know if my melons are gonna finish growing. Oh well.
They appear to be done growing.
No, there's more.
Oh, in the game, sorry.
Don't do that, no.
Don't know why you keep putting up with me.
Ow, 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 ow,
That goes there, that goes there.
Have you considered that you're cool and we appreciate you a lot, Hannah?
Hey.
And that we love hanging out with you? That's why.
Nope.
So that one.
Well, that's what's happened, so, yeah.
Not the fucking tiefling tail.
Well, thanks.
Anyway, my things grew.
Fuck
I now
yeah.
have melons.
Fuck yeah. I have another batch of them, but I planted them so late because I didn't pay attention to the day.
No. Come on, Slems.
Oh, honestly, if you can, going to Skull Cavern is probably one of the best places to farm slimes.
Ooh, I'll do that.
Don't die.
Also, using a monster mask is really good because it'll
Shoulder.
increase your monster
House renovation.
chances.
I'm fucking
Ooh.
broke.
Although I don't know if we have the recipe for the monster mask. Let me look.
It's community upgrade.
No, we do. It's just 30 bat wings and 30 slime.
Okay, nice.
Ooh, I shall make one.
Ooh. Oh yeah, so many.
You good?
I was just doing the renovations, but the fact that renovations just like imploded the wall is so funny. Because it was open bedroom. Just fucking exploded the wall.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Look at that.
Hello.
So
I also
Hello.
need to go do some renovation. I'm gonna go see if I can do any renovations. I have nearly 100,000 money, so we'll see.
Is anybody at the farm?
Yep.
Can you go into my house?
What do you need deleted?
I need the bear. The fucking cactus gone. And they will be re-put. But unfortunately, it's literally the bear. I think it's the window mainly. But where that bear is, those three things, just take them all. Just move them all. It's okay.
Explodes.
Is that it or anything else?
Do the window.
There's a
The
window.
wall
Yeah.
behind the bear.
Yeah.
To the window.
Oh, that's a
to the
window?
wall.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I literally just need the attic, another corner room, and the dining room. But they're all really expensive.
Oh my god, quiet. Do you wanna okay. By the TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, by the front door actually. That's
Quiet,
gonna be the better
quiet.
one. All of those plants.
Wait. All of these?
Yeah, just move them up
Okay.
one. Just yeah.
Is somebody else at the farm? I need you to go move a window for me.
I can't move
And,
these.
You just have to keep hitting it.
Oh.
Hit it with a pickaxe or something. Turnip, are you at the farm?
I am. I'm heading to your place, I think.
Can you? Thank you. Mine, I'm in the top left corner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then my house is right at the very top.
God, that
Oh.
thing's cute.
Thank you.
Okay. What room are you working
in-
on?
So, the attic. So, the room next to the baby room.
The desperation of both
And then,
of us.
can you move the window as well, please? If that's okay. Thank you.
Both of us just like,
Appreciate it.
please. Please, someone help.
Thank you. Yippee.
Anything
Yeah,
else? Was that it?
I'm good now. Hello.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Oh god, my child.
Run away.
Fucking move, kid.
Can I just do
Now
this?
I gotta go decorate an attic. I can decorate it all spooky like, because they added like the tiny little doors and the weird window hatch, like the weird little hatches. You can decorate it all
If
weird.
you just keep on running into the kid, you'll eventually go through it.
There we go.
Quiet,
Why
just
would
keep on running.
You sounded like you were scared of the kid. Like,
I am. Kids are scary.
really so.
See a kid and I go, be gone! You know?
Be gone, little
Fair.
monster. I need to
You see
pee.
the child and just explodes.
Implode. Oh.
The kids are scary.
You know what else is scary?
Me.
You guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
No.
spooky. I'm spooky.
Mhm.
Where
Hey.
is?
Is
Get
attic?
quiet. I was
Ad-
terrified to
add a
talk to you
dick.
when we first met.
How do you say attic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say attic again.
Attic.
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 Just say
Attic.
dog. The way Kai says attic makes me think they're saying add a dick. And I'm like, what?
Attic.
Attic.
Addicted?
Attic.
It's just an
Is
attic.
this like the? Is this the garage talk again?
Attic.
Attic. Oh my god, the kid's exploring the house. I don't like
I
that.
need. Attic.
Yes, this is the
I need
garage talk.
17, and then I need another 7. Let's see if I can count.
Do that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have so much
Ah!
more room for.
I have a
What was
feeling.
that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go.
Happy birthday, Rob. Too bad you missed lunch. They got cake and sparklers on the wine and everything, and I'm Thanks.
Here we put that there.
My wine production is growing.
This doesn't add up.
Right, an exceptional rate.
Yeah, I have 43 ancient fruit wine and 9 cranberry wine in my chest so far.
Ooh.
Sure, that's good enough.
And then, when I have enough wood, because it's wood that I'm running out of constantly, I'm gonna go and make them all into. I'm gonna make more, so I can be silly.
I play the double jeu.
Okay, do I want to make this room spooky, or do I want to make it not spooky?
Yeah, spooky.
Oh, I want to put plant on thing. Plant no go on thing.
All the spooky.
I think the wallpaper's good, but I don't like the flooring. Let's see what flooring we have. Do we have any like spooky flooring? If not,
The
I'll
algae
just
versus
make it
algae. I like how they say algae.
algae.
I think
Algae.
it's more fun than algae. Truth be told, it's just not a fun word.
It's because we say gee instead of G. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's because we say
yeah,
gay.
we know you're weird.
So,
Hey, we're not weird.
You
I'm
guys are
weird.
just a little freaks, but like good freaks.
Yeah.
I'm a freak.
Yeah.
In a
I'm
good
a
way.
freak.
Yeah.
I will admit that.
What do I want for my wallpaper? Now I have to decorate new rooms.
I'm a freak, but only to one character. Waka waka waka.
The merchant.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you should be. Okay, do I like this for the bedroom?
Being harassed by bats.
Well, if I do that, then
No.
I could do something else.
Haha.
Wood's very cozy. That's scary, actually. Being harassed by cats. Wait, what?
Bats.
Bats. Okay, that makes my brain doesn't know how to process again.
It's okay. I
hate
may
how
have said
often
cats.
for everything else.
Does this work?
Have you considered it's 10 p.m.
Ew.
I hope my husband can find the
Just
bed. Oh, he found the bed. Good job.
Hope he finds it while you're there.
I'm decorating the house. I'm busy. I got things to do.
Looks nice so far.
Well, do I make this cozy?
I might make
Green
this cozy actually. I have an inability to make things spooky. I'm so sorry.
wall.
It's all good.
Macaroni wall.
No, it's not.
Macaroni wall. Oh, I hate those
Oh, well.
walls. See, I like
I
that.
will-
This is like cute little cottage back room.
1, 2, 3.
Paper the wall. Paper the wall. No, we can't leave it naked. I need to fix this one too, but we're not going to think about that right now.
I'm gonna change this wallpaper. I don't like this wallpaper.
Becky.
I
need
do
it to
like
be,
this
need it
one.
to
I
be.
think that might work better here.
What if I do like a cute brick wall?
Oh.
Let's see how that. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then,
I think that
And then?
works well. Mhm.
and then. Look, sometimes I get stuck on my words.
We
Okay.
can't change that. This
So
is
do I.
Okay, fine, we need
nice.
to go to bed.
I
Oh,
do it
fine. I'll stop
all the time.
decorating.
So I had
I'll
to.
go to
I had
sleep. And I'll paint. No, I won't paint one nail. I need to go to the restroom. I'm not going to paint my nail. I
Don't
have
fall
2
in.
nails
Bless
painted.
you.
Don't fall in.
Don't fall in.
Well, I gotta wait till the day's
fall
fully
in.
over. I won't fall in though.
Don't fall in.
Oh, my hair's crunchy
Don't drown.
from the moose.
Don't fall in. It's really scary.
Did I sell
You would know from
anything?
experience.
Don't fall in. I'll put myself. Oh, I touched my glasses. Like the glass part of the glasses. I hate when that happens. I need to redo my desk. I'm not gonna think about that right now. Oh, it's raining outside. I'm gonna go back to bed. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Okay, don't fall in.
Here's
If only Junior was here.
Quiet, I need
He
your
would love seeing
opinion.
Nessie again.
Quiet, I need your opinions. Do you like this wallpaper?
Yeah.
Or do you like this one better?
Ooh.
What do you like better?
I say this one.
This one? Okay.
Yeah. It goes well with the floor.
This room is uneven. I don't know if you can tell,
Is
but
it?
this room is uneven and it's bothering
Oh
me.
yeah. It's less on this side than it's more on this side.
No, it's not less on this side. What
Is it
is
not?
that it's an odd numbered room,
1, 2, 3, 4.
but each of these has to be even. It has to be 2. And so it'll never line up properly because it has to be 2 spaces. See, like if I move these windows are equally spaced apart and there's one in the middle.
Whereas
It's never
like,
gonna line up properly.
That's weird.
Yeah. That's my
That's
one issue
like-
with Stardew.
I'm never gonna unsee this now. This is just
Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it's with every room. It's with every single room.
I've never noticed it.
Have you not seen it with this one? Have you not seen
No.
it? Not even. See, it's not even.
Oh.
Yeah. The only one it is fully even with is the one down here. See, this is even. See how it
yeah.
fits the 2 bookshelves here and then the 2 bookshelves there. Also,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
You
flip these. Bit more variety.
E.
But yeah. See, look though. You can add like the coral and like. Oh my god, the sea urchin moved! Because the sea urchin was over here when I put it in, and now it's over here.
Oh, it's alive.
It's alive! But yeah, I gotta decorate.
E.
No, there we go. You could just sit and watch me decorate if you'd like. There is a chair up here.
Yep.
There's a chair here, Quiet. This is a chair.
I can't see it. What's
Why is
happening in the room?
Oh, have you considered, there's a little button up in the corner of your screen that just says zoom out. And
There
then there's
is?
one for zoom in.
It's not always in the corner. You might have to go to your options. Mine's not on this screen,
It's
but on
not
my
always in the corner. Is it not?
on my desktop it's over there. But on this one, it's not.
Oh.
What's it under?
Oh, that's
Options.
settings. It's the zoom buttons.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I can only go up to 75%, Sag.
Yeah, but then you can zoom out and then you can see things. I'll put down a chair for you.
Thank you. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You ran. I'm doing things. Oh, sorry, Symphony.
Welcome back.
Where's my headphones?
Welcome
Did you fall
back.
in?
Yay! I was playing with my dog.
Oh.
He brought his ball, and then he didn't want to play catch. So then I threw the ball to his brother, and then his brother took the ball. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, dude. Yippee! Now I want.
Oh.
Sit soft. No.
Mm.
Kitty pop.
Mm.
Oh. 80s. Yes. Shuffle. Play. Back to decorating the house.
Actually, before I do this, I'm so sorry, Quiet. I do, in fact, I'm gonna go see the wizard to see if I can buy his catalog.
That's all good.
Fuck the wizard. Don't listen to me.
I want to
I wish.
give him a romanceable option.
That would be so cool.
When they were introducing the romanceable options, the
Please.
concern they put it to a poll. And do you know who was on the poll?
The wizard.
Do you know who was also on the poll? Shane. Do you know who won the poll? Shane.
Fuck Shane. But not in that way.
No, thank
I don't
you.
like alcohol.
We don't need that here.
I'd rather the wizard.
Say now. Say now. Super. Is he gonna pop up?
I gotta go visit him, see if I can buy his
Add
catalog.
to queue. Catalog.
Hello,
Yeah.
wizard.
If only you were able to romance. I would have romanced a wizard and I would get high with a wizard.
Honestly, same. Like, I still would have
Oh, can I
romanced
not buy it from
Sebastian.
him? How do I get the wizard catalog? I
Wizard.
wanna look.
Do you need to become friends with him? A red mullet frenzy has begun at the beach.
I-
I'm stealing Car's diamond as well. She would allow it. I should plant crops for Car when she comes back.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
Alright. Okay, put that there. Why can't they just let us tie the wizard? That's what I'm saying, Gothic. I agree. Why can't we just tie up the wizard and bring him back home? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't complain. Exactly, see?
Oh, it's from Probus for 150,000 money.
Oh, that's a lot.
Krubus, we are not that rich.
I guess
Krubus.
I'm not gonna decorate. I want to decorate the attic with items from the wizard catalog to make it like
Oh,
you know wizard.
spooky?
wizard
Yeah.
you know? Because they have like a crystal ball up in
Oh
there.
God, the kid's
as
running at me.
well, and things like
You can
that.
have a
And
ball.
like, I can have an orb.
Krubus,
You
we
can-
do
oh
love
my God, I'd
Krubus.
say
I can orb.
you can orb like that gift. That gift will
And
end.
so
Oh my
I
God.
gotta. But I gotta get 150,000 money, so I gotta
Gold.
triple my money
Gold.
basically.
Gold,
Oh,
gold, gold,
Yeah.
gold,
oh, I got a
Gold.
fish loaves then.
gold. Selling. Selling all my
Gold.
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 And going back inside to decorate.
Demetrius and what's his nugget?
Oh, I could pick it. I need to plant new flowers in here. Okay, well, I don't know what. Okay, we're gonna
I'll go high bow high.
How?
Warm.
Womp.
Sorry.
B. No, it's okay.
Sorry, the game made the sound in real life.
The way TTS just ran out when B said hi, B. Was so
B.
jarring. Just How guy hi by bow hi. That was so funny. Hello, B. I love you very much.
You're so cool.
Jody.
How are you doing, B?
B's in theater hell.
No, save the. No. No.
Ooh. Ooh, I do like this floor. That would be whimsical in the... Okay.
You know what else would be whimsical? If I had the wizard stuff.
Yeah, you're so right.
There's this really cool bookcase from the wizard set that I really want as well.
That's what I want.
It looks like a set of stairs and it's like underneath it.
This is
It's so
illegal. Okay, so
cool.
we need to get money. Money.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell all of my spare eggs. I have a shit ton of eggs just
Egg.
saved, and I'm gonna sell them. Yeah,
How
I've
much
got
you
like
off it?
maybe like
Oh my god.
I need to like triple my money, quiet.
This is the next goal.
Mhm.
Ooh, what if
Yeah.
I mean, this would be cool, but I think it's too blue. Good question. When it comes to electrolyte drinks, yes, B. Okay. Hi, Goomber.
B.
Is salty when you need it, or salty when you don't need it? I think... I feel like it tastes salty either way. But you do need...
I don't know. I think
Do you want me to go
made
ask
of
my
salt.
mom? Hold on, B. I'll ask my mom. My headphones are already
I think I'm gonna go and sell.
Well, that was
something.
dumb. I just
What did
gave
you
my
do?
largemouth bass to Jody. She says, why? Because,
Oh,
bitch.
were you trying to do the
It wasn't
cutscene?
7, it was 7:30.
No.
No.
I can sell a bunch of things.
She says it's always salty.
Did you say you need me to go to Krobus and buy a thing?
No.
I don't think you have that much money. It's a lot of money.
I only have 219,000. Is that enough?
200?
I had to think numbers.
That is actually enough. That is actually
Okay.
enough.
So
It
we'll
is
have-
150,000 money.
Will we have
What's it
all the
called?
catalogs at that point?
The wizard,
Wizard
catalog.
Got it.
Yeah,
Where do
we
you
need
want
the retro catalog.
Ooh, wait, that's a very retro
So it's Krobus, it's the wizard
I got it.
catalog, and if you could bring it to me, please.
What if I put that
Sure.
in
Where are you?
here?
Your house?
Yeah, I'm at
You
my
can
house.
put that in there.
On my way.
I love you. Yes, text me later. I love you. Take care of yourself.
And then I have to go to the other office.
Okay.
Because they have cake. Because those bastards went and celebrated my birthday and brought me back cake. And didn't bring it to me, but
How dare they? But cake, yes, I do agree. I do concur with this information.
Hello.
Oh, is this a song?
Thank you.
God, this is a
welcome.
very good song. Did I miss my roll?
Yeesh.
I don't remember, Goomber, but I'll do your roll either way now.
Oh, that reminds me, I haven't done a roll.
18 and 5. You're doing good,
Can I have
Goomber.
a roll?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You know, you have a 6 and a 5, so low, you know, probably physically and
I'm having
internet-wise.
a time.
But you did get a nat 20 because you're with us.
Yay.
You're with your friends! Sounds about right. You'd be that way, Goober. But you're doing good. Like, you are doing... Ooh.
I have an idea. Who is
That's-
ringing me? In the game.
probably I am.
Oh my god, it's the bear. Oh my god, it's the bear.
Fuck yeah.
I'm being rung by a bear.
That's so funny. I think that's quite cute. I think that's quite cute. See about my job?
Thank you, bear friend. Thank
Today we
you.
went amazing. Fuck
I
yeah,
gotta-
Goober. Good. Stand up for yourself.
Why are we go to bed?
I don't want to go to
Aw.
bed. I'm decorating my house.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
Go to
waiting for
bed.
to
Bedtime.
finish smoking.
I'm gonna post a screenshot of what Bear said to me. I just wanted this one screenshot.
I think we have to go with these walls. A nice secluse little room.
Yeah, have a screenshot of what the bear said to me.
Just going to bed with wallpaper in my hands. Cooper, I'm so proud of you. Let's see, let's see, let's see.
I can't. Okay.
I got
Holy
scroll.
shit!
God, I love
made
the way the
1 million money on my own.
I have some of the
I got an achievement for selling 300 of one crop,
Oh my god.
Oh.
Nice.
and I remember.
Me
You're
too.
saying you could have done it yourself. Got it. Okay, cool.
No.
Oh, I gave the
Okay.
crop a
I don't-
superhero.
I have like 60k gold. Hello.
Oh, but that's not the right wood. Maybe we
He's
do this
EP.
one. Evie the Stevie the Neeby.
What do that
This
want?
is so basic, but it works very well. No, we want darker. I don't like it. What's this one? Oh,
And then
Bless you.
bless you,
Bless you.
oh my god, thank you.
bless you.
Thank you. Some good sauce. The
Bless.
bear still got some of the good sauce. I love that bear so much.
I thought you would appreciate that.
I love how scraggly he looks. I think we do this.
Okay, it downloaded. So where did it download to? Because I can't access it in my photos. But I can access it in my photos. Why can I just send an empty
Like a
photo?
darker floor in here. This is like that.
What is happening? What is happening here?
So what I have.
My phone is shitting itself.
Phone, please, no.
There we go.
Not worth it.
I think I do
need to
actually
go
like
to
that one.
Land.
Yes, you go. Love the vibe. Thank you.
Well, no, I gotta go get my axe and pick up my pickaxe, and then I'll go to get cake.
Fair. Please
And
do
I
get
probably
cake.
have to go to therapy anyway.
Fair. Please get cake first, though.
Yeah.
Cake before
Cake's
everything.
the best. Mm-hmm.
And cake
Can
is the only
we
thing that
turn into
matters.
this like green room?
Cake is
Wow.
definitely recommended before physical therapy, right?
Yes, before any therapy. Cake. Where is the wall that I want? Isn't it the last one?
I have an idea.
Ooh.
Iridium pickaxe.
Yeah. Okay, you come here. Guess I can't really hang things on this wall, but I don't care. I will.
There's the damn. Oh, damn it!
Unless
I
I
don't know
move
if I'll
them
be
in
able to do
here.
it fully, but because I don't know if I need all of the items.
Where did I
but-
put the windows? Come here, windows.
Windows by the wall.
Only one window. That's
So-
cute. That's a
Yeah.
cute room. Oh god, the child's running at me. Why is this kid running?
When you talk to the wizard catalog for the first time, the first there's a message from the wizard and it just says my ex-wife took all the furniture.
I love that. What's this look like?
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Just I
That's
just
kind of cute. That'd be cute down here. I think that's nice. Okay. I hate deciding on what to put on the floor because the next day could completely not want it. I do really love this vibe of the floor.
Turnip, you
I
died.
like how you
in
went to
game?
bed and then
No, I have beef.
yeah, you gotta go get cake.
I don't know why I went to bed. I just did.
I just like the system. You went to bed and then you said, "Okay, now I can go."
The funny thing is, you have to get out of bed to leave the game. Oh no.
It be that way. The
You
kitchen
guys
can
have
be.
fun. I will go listen on the stream.
Yes, and have some good cake.
Will do. Love you.
Love you.
I
Goodbye.
don't
Love
know.
you, Turnip. You're so cool.
The kitchen's so bright. Very kitchen-like.
I need to go grab the. I need to go grab. I need to go grab. I
Okay.
want to speak today, please.
I want to speak me all the time. Okay. I think this is okay. I agree. Oh shit. Come here. Get off. Get off. Okay, that's good.
Need to go quiet. Have some music.
Yay.
Good enough for now. It's awful.
Thank you.
Okay. We're just gonna place this here. Because I have so many plants that I don't know where to put them right now. Oh my god. Do 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 do. Next room. I hate this stupid haunted mannequin. He's fine. It's just he's in a very inconvenient place. This is gonna
And
be...
say, Dan, what did he do to you?
Put himself in a hallway? That's what he did.
Yeah. He do that.
He does.
Mhm.
Too happy.
Elliot, that's not a good place to be.
Put a wall like that. Or we could do a wall like that. Jeez. This is like serious thinking time.
Mm-hmm. And Quiet can see me just constantly thinking.
What if
like,
a floor here?
Yeah. And then
Or water floor.
there.
Tommy mat might be nice. This flooring looks like ceiling.
And then
I think that's too green.
is there a
I kind of like this stone. Oh! That's blue! Too much.
Elliot, no.
Elliot,
no.
please! Oh, we could do that flooring.
Elliot,
Match the rest of the house. Flashbang, dude, the blue was so bright, Gothic. I think. Okay, if we did this.
please.
My
Do a
God, it's just
plain
there.
wall. Water wall. What's this
Oh.
one?
He's just staring.
Elliot, please. I do like the
Please.
natural, like
They are,
wood.
they are kind.
That one. Not that one. Those are just plain walls. Rainbow stone. Rock and
Stone,
stone.
rock and stone.
Rock and stone. I guess I like these better. Okay, least favorite. What the fuck is this one?
Is this going to be the whole day?
Decorating? Yes.
If I do that,
Quiet,
I could
you're
possibly do
either in
that.
the building or you're out of the building. Right, you're either in here or out of here. And
I
I
don't
mean
think I
that
like
isn't.
it.
I need to move the things
I'll stay here in the corner.
to there,
No.
and then
Aw.
there, there. Now we're trapped in. Now
I
we're
I
can't
don't
trapped
be
think
in.
I
in the
like
corner.
that. What if I...
You're allowed.
Decorating is
in
a
the corner with
serious
my
matter
snacks.
here. I think that works. This definitely goes with the tatami mat, but I want stone.
Stone.
Rock and stone. And then his dark cave, which I can't fix. My corner of plants. Gothic, look how many plants I have in this one thing. It's so nice. It's so
I like
lovely.
the fireplace. Look at the fireplace.
You're like a moth.
Is that not? Can I not?
Have I sat
Put you
like that?
away. Put you away. I have so many other things in here. Lucky purple shorts. So many Christmas
no.
trees. I haven't even gone outside. Have I checked on my plants?
Why am I sat like this? I don't like
Why
the way
can
I'm
you stop straddling the stool, please? I need to go replace it with a table.
Oh, but I can.
Get out.
What's happening over there?
A lot of things.
Yeah,
There we
that'd be
go.
real.
That's what I wanted.
Did something broke? My fucking stone path broke. Anyways, we're gonna fix that. Oh, it broke up there. Not my fucking stone path.
Can't be silly on the chair.
Okay, truffle. 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 I gotta
There
pick.
you go.
Pick cars plants. Area is blooming away. Yes, it is. We gotta pick cars things. I messaged Car. Did she respond? No, she hasn't woken up yet. Or maybe she has. Who knows? I'm sorry, Car. They're just going in here. Not very orderly of me. We gotta make so much more money. I spent
and
so
I'm just sat on the chair.
You're just there watching.
I'm gonna put something there, but I don't have access to what I want to put there. But I'm just gonna put it there
Mhm.
You be that way.
now.
Okay, that's 4,000. More gato. I don't feel like
I have a
picking my
vision. I
plants.
just need to make sure that it'll look okay.
Well, it's looking really good so far.
I have a hiccup.
Ah, wow,
Oh my
wow,
god.
It
Ow, ow,
is.
ow, ow,
You're
ow.
amazing at this, Kai.
Ow, ow,
Wow,
ow.
wow.
Ow,
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 ow.
ow, ow.
You'd be a really cool interior designer, Kai.
Biting you. Biting you.
I
have
can't
you
see
considered
shit
bite you
in my
back?
house. Does my
Bites
kid?
you. Bites you.
Why is my
Bite
kid
you
not
back.
asleep but is in bed?
Just vibing.
It's
Sometimes
just
it's gonna be a little
staring.
silly.
He's just staring. I'm trying to redecorate his room in the middle of the night. I do like the crubus floor for the little kid, but oh my god,
Can I?
Sebastian, you're gonna walk right in my pathway.
Arlog.
Put the kid in. Or
A duck.
what time? 10:30. Or.
Can I just like
Kinda
run around
cool.
on that rug and then just zap you?
Wow.
Can I go on my
Iconic.
like knees and just go around in a circle?
Give the kid pink carpet.
I can do it.
Wait, it works? Oh my god.
Ooh, that's an interesting flooring.
Sorry.
That's cool flooring.
Hmm.
Okay, I want to see this in the daytime. We're gonna hold on to this. I'm gonna put myself to bed. Wow. I almost fell backwards, but that's okay.
Silly.
Silly.
Oh, my chair
Yeah,
was
so just
slightly
sit
in the
down.
way. Nay.
Oh, I need to do this.
Are you a horse? Why did you know?
Hydrate,
Nay.
you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh my god, is Car awake? No. Wait, dating. Wait, there's news in one of the chats.
Ooh, gossip.
Ooh. Ooh. Gossip? Oh shit,
Oh.
we need to go to bed.
Oh,
There we go. You're free now. You're free now.
I love the gossip.
Gossip? I need the hot goss. As my friends call it.
Wonder Man. Oh. Fake.
Hey.
I need Car's awake. Car is officially awake.
Car awake?
She responded on. She said, "I love you too" to me on Instagram. Oh, hydrate. Coffee time.
Mm-hmm.
Back to decorating.
Yeah.
Back to business. Oh, but this is really cute.
Back to business. I
I
have
don't think
ideas.
I like that.
I need to go back to decorating. Quiet, are you in or out? Because I'm going to block you in. I'm going to block myself in.
No, come on, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm on
Kind
my
of
way.
like that one. But the carpet was really cute. The fact I'm really thinking about this, we really... Hot pink. That
We
was
thunkin'.
really cute. The carpet
think
was
thonkin'?
really cute. Yeah. We're think thonkin'. I think the carpet with this wallpaper was really cute, and I think I might stick with that.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to do the in-betweens. Oopsie. Where is the floor that I need? Where is it at? Oh, there it is.
Yes.
God, I hate when the kid runs.
Who is ringing me in the game?
I hope it's the bear again. Okay, so now I need to
Oh my god,
wallpaper.
it's Vincent. He's asking me if we have any pigs on the farm.
Aww.
And he wants to come see the pigs.
Who let the kid have the phone? Oh, that's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I like... No, the kid's running. Okay. It's quite scary when the kid runs. How do I do this?
Oh, this is a massive rug. Quiet. Hi.
I don't know how I feel about
Get in
this
front of the-
room.
Yeah.
Sarah, I think you'll like this rug.
I'm heading over.
It's a starry moon rug.
I need a breather from my house. Also to see the outside world. What is it? Tonight around 10 o'clock p.m. a rare beautiful event will take place. Oh, Moonlight Jellies tonight.
Moonlight jellies.
I almost
Yeah.
said, oh my god,
If
it's
you
in 10
come
minutes.
to
This
my
is AM. We're not in the PM yet. Sorry, I had to pick my tomatoes. Oh, is it the last day of the season?
It is
Right?
the last day of the season.
I'm gonna pick my
I
flowers.
need to go grab what I want actually. Now I can. Now I can leave.
I'm free.
I'm
Wait, I wanted to
I
see
wanted
the...
to grab.
I
We
wanted
have
to see
like
this-
12 million dwarf scrolls. It's right at the front door.
Okay.
It's right at the front door.
I
It's
walked
really
outside and I realized, oh my god, I have chores outside.
Don't.
I can't
There
walk
we
through
go.
that.
cute. Elliot, get out of here! Elliot, no! Elliot, get out of here! No!
Go, my internet is very good.
Elliot's
Keep
stuck
getting
again.
missing. No worries, Doc. Please take care of yourself. Please have a good rest of your day.
Okay.
We'll see you if you end up back here, but if not, take
Bye,
care.
dog.
Bye bye, dog.
Hello, Duck. Excuse me, Duck. Excuse me, dinosaur. Excuse me, dinosaur. Ooh, that's very cute. Oh, this is... Okay, I haven't been to your house. I need to look at this. You know, your haunted mannequin is also a little bit of a bitch. 'Cause,
Yeah, but I've just kind of left him there.
Why they keep on going for the hallways? Because, like, that's so inconvenient of them. Oh my god, there's so much cute furniture. I'm gonna have to yoink the furniture catalog eventually. I see what you mean by lock in. You said I'm gonna lock myself in and get this done.
Wait, there you go. You can come in now.
Why do you look like that sitting
I'm
there?
getting there.
I don't know.
Why do you look
I don't
like
know.
that?
He just sat there like that.
That's so
Yeah,
scary.
see?
This is
Look, it's-
cute.
I'm making like wizard stuff. Let me free you.
Thank you.
It's meant to look like this, but then this side, he looks like that.
That's
makes no
horrific.
It's like
Oh my god, the baby! Hey, how you doing?
The baby. I love how I can just move the Elliot portrait from here. Like,
Just yoink
the
it.
ghost. Ooh.
Ooh, spooky.
Ooh.
I need to finish my
Anyway,
ground plans before I even
grab what
think
I
about
can.
catalogs. There's the other kid. Hey. Okay, goodbye.
mm.
Okay. Outside I
You know,
go.
we'll have the blue one. We'll have the blue one. Hey, quiet. Hey, quiet. There's an orb.
Oh,
Excuse me, Doc. Stay in there.
There's an orb. You can ponder your orb.
I can ponder my orbs.
You can ponder your orb.
My arm hurts.
My
hello?
one singular
Okay.
orb. Ooh, do I grab a biscuit or two?
Yes.
We have some Foxy's biscuits, so I'm like, ooh.
Ooh.
Give.
Yeah.
Give.
Oh, I need to pick my plants
It's-
first.
I will share. I'm tempted.
I'm
I'm
just
not
steal all
hungry,
of her
but I want
crops.
some.
I have to turn it off to pick.
Nah, that's fine.
Can I not put that there? Oh, I can't put that there because it's on another rug. I'm silly. I can't put a rug on a rug.
Aww. Can I put a rug next to it?
Yeah, you turn
No,
them.
that's not
Where is this audio source coming from? Ah, wow, wow.
Ah, wow, 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 wow.
Wow.
I just stole all of Car's crops, and I'm running.
Oh. I think after the moon jelly thingy, I want to go make a coffee.
Ooh, smart, smart, smart.
Okay, so...
Oh, my inventory's full.
Full of things.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell a whole bunch. Because I don't have space. No,
I'm
no,
not going to be able to
so-
complete this today because I want an item that I need to go and buy from Robin. But that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And just goes there. That doesn't go there. Like that. Like that. That one come out. This one come out. Well, I should keep that actually. Oh, that's the wrong bit. If I click the wrong one. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll keep all those. I'll keep all those. Okay.
Oh.
I don't know if I have more. I do. Yippee! This plant. Summer or fall. Okay, so I can plant some more. Mine. Mine. Wahoo, wahoo. Wahoo, wahoo.
Yippee!
Wahoo.
Sky.
Let's
Wahoo.
go.
Yippee! Do that. Oh my god. I still need to finish my house. Okay. Now I gotta sit down. Where's my chair? Excuse me, Nessie.
Chair.
Chair. I'm so short.
Oh, there's so
Who
many things
is
in this
ringing
room.
me?
They like calling
Yeah,
you.
fuck off.
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
yeah.
fuck off.
Yeah, we don't care about you.
We should probably go head to the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can't
I
decide what to
got
do
I
with
love
that.
this room. I want a room
There
like
you go.
this.
You can decorate your
Wait.
house.
Nah, this is my house. I have a bed here.
So true.
With me now.
The only times you'll see me is like 4 and 3 in the morning where I go to the fridge. I'm like, this is mine. Oh, I miss my 2 a.m. cheesecake sandwich.
Yeah,
My
but now that
good
means that you're in a
cheesecake.
good place now. With a good job.
Yeah.
I know. Because then I stays up to have 2 a.m. cake.
Okay, I'm heading off now.
Oh my god. My ears do not like these earbuds.
Sorry, quiet.
That's fine.
I gotta go to the beach.
Yee.
Beach.
The beach to eat the sand.
Yes.
Munchy, crunchy sand.
Oh, is my head okay?
I don't think I have all the items I need, but I also know that I ain't getting the catalog that I want until way later.
Yep.
Ah, Abigail, I don't care.
Did
Sorry,
you
I
get an
had
Abigail
Abigail
cutscene? Abigail, could you like pick any other day? That would be nice.
Abigail, can you not lament in the graveyard, please?
Oh god, it's that scene too? Abigail, we have
Yeah.
moonlight jellies. It's moonlight jelly time.
Jellies.
Shop. I know we have a catalog, but shop.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
some tea. There we go.
I actually don't like any
I
of
had
those.
some tea mayonnaise. But I fixed it.
I never read what they say sometimes. Some of them I read.
Cloud.
There's so many clouds, I don't need them.
Eat the cloud.
Eat the
The mayor's over there, so I'll go over here first. Where's my husband?
Yeah, rang me.
Oh my
just
god, my
advertised
child.
me, And then he went to go run a shop. Oh my god, are all our children gonna be here?
Is this my child? I think it is because it's my Sebastian.
Ooh.
Just trying to scare you. I don't know what you said, Sebastian, but fuck you.
Wait. Do you have a girl child?
Yeah. Oh my god.
No, I have a girl child. You have a boy child.
No, I have a. Hold
No,
on.
my girl, because they wear pink and blue.
I have one too though.
Yeah, but it's not. Bruschetta's a boy though, because he's wearing blue. That's how this works.
Bruschetta
Don't
has
worry.
purple on. And the other two
For
have
me, it's
green.
blue.
You're saying two colors, but at the same time, those are not the two colors that I have at all, either two. So I'm like, wait.
Wait. Can you put it on your screen again so I can see?
It's still there.
That's wild. Do you know why? I'm putting this in the game pics.
Oh my god, sorry, I just see the
So
picture
just-
of Elliot. He was blocking y'all.
Being mean to me.
Yeah, because I'm like, what are you talking about, blue? Oh, that's crazy. Why is
This what
Bruschetta
I'm talking
blue?
about.
And Bruschetta doesn't have that hair. Like,
Non-binary child.
Bruschetta is a girl on my end. Bruschetta on your end, I don't know what the fuck she is. I don't know what the fuck they is. I don't know what that is.
So
Yeah, okay.
is your child that has to be your child then, because there's no other children here.
Yeah, and it's by Sebastian, so I would assume that. Why the fuck your kid not showing up?
Yeah, but then
Besides
there's
Finn.
Yeah. I'm gonna let me run to see on the other side if my child is there.
Let me Google it.
Oh, sorry, I gotta wait for you, Harvey.
Blue child.
Don't Don't Google that. Let me. Okay. there's
Why is
nothing
it?
at
But
my
why is it like
window.
only blue on your end?
Quiet?
Mm-hmm.
If you go into the social menu, so if you go into the menu, press the heart
Yeah.
for social, and then you scroll all the way to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
So you should see 4 kids at the bottom. What
Yeah.
color is what color is bruschetta?
It's like a pinky purple.
Why is it blue on only
Why
you
is
then?
it blue for me? Anyway, I'm ready now.
It was just the whole time you were talking about that. I couldn't even argue because I'm like, when you mean blue, because that wasn't even the thing on my end. So I'm like, blue? This child's purple. Why is it blue on your end? That's so weird that it's only on your end.
Also, stay safe, dog. Appreciate you. Why are you stood next to my husband?
I'm stood next to my husband. You're stood next
I'm
to
so
Haley.
nice to you, Sarah.
You're just you're behind Sebastian creepily.
I'm just staring.
That's what you're doing. I hate how they
I'm just gonna
don't
behind him.
like. They could bring in more people here. They could program it so we could all be by our selective
Mm-hmm.
partners.
Mm-hmm.
Just behind Sebastian going, you got any games on your phone?
Daddy, you got any games? You gonna hop on and play games after this?
Have you heard of the most legendary game, Warhammer?
Actually, no. You know what you would be talking about? You'd be like, oh yeah, that fish over there. Have you fished that before? Oh, have you fished here? That's a good spot over there.
Oh, I fished it.
There we go.
Have you fished that spot?
Once again, I put a screenshot of what my screen looked like, and you're stood next to my husband.
Whoa.
And then Quiet is creepily
What is
stood
Abigail
behind
doing?
my husband.
Hold on, I want to see this. Mid cutscene. That's so funny. I like how it's not even like. Why did it put Elliot there? Why didn't it just put you? Why did it subject you all the way over there?
Mm-hmm.
I have no one there for me. I'm just stood behind.
Yeah, you're just
nothing.
you're stuck in the back. Like Lewis on my
That's
face.
wild.
Hold on, I'll tab.
Yay, the jellyfish are gone.
Oh yeah, no one's on Quiet's end. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm all alone.
Yeah, you're not staring at anybody's phone.
You
God,
got
I have to
any
walk
games
so
on your
far to my bed.
Ow.
I made it. Ow, ow, ow,
phone?
ow,
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 ow, ow.
ow, 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 ow.
Ow, wow, wow, wow,
Ow, ow, ow,
Why
ow,
is my
ow.
baby not over here? Where did my baby go?
wow. Disappeared.
Real as hell. God, that was so funny. Just like, what do you mean Bruschetta's
going on with my
not a
game?
girl? Bruschetta ain't even a green.
Game is inflicted different color.
Bruschetta's blue. That's just so funny.
Bruschetta more like blue cheddar.
Yes.
Cause blue.
Spreading weeds causing damage to your who? The season just started, game.
My farm?
Hey, Bruschetta.
My farm?
You're blue now.
Why are you blue now?
Blue baba diba da bye. Oh, thanks, Gus. God, I forgot the corn stays. At least I can walk through the corn. I hate the hops.
Oh, quick, come back, come back, come back.
Ho.
Ho. You.
Ho. Ho.
Caroline sent
That's
me
me.
Ho.
cauliflower in the mail.
Ho. Ho.
I don't know how that survived.
Ho. Did I just get...
It
Yeah.
shouldn't.
Oh. Yeah, I know it
I
shouldn't.
guess I should have left the sunflowers.
I'd be
but oh well.
concerned if it did.
Ho. Let me go
Ho?
clean up. Ho. Clean up Kara's farm. I should tell Car. I don't know if Car has work. I miss my wife. I miss my wife, Tails. Hello, pigs.
I miss Carl.
I miss her. I miss her a lot. Oh, was I needing to water those plants up top the whole time? Oopsie.
Ooh. Huh? Oh, that's where it's coming from.
Excuse me, pigs. Oh no, those are
Hello.
mine. I just cleaned her farm. Oh, wow, wow,
The
wow.
pig.
Is that...
Go to
Okay, the
pig,
wall
and
is still up.
I'm gonna turn you into casserole.
Casserole. Can I
Yeah.
have casserole?
You can have casserole.
Casserole.
I will share my casserole with you.
Casserole.
You have my big eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yippee.
Looks like you, my big old eyes.
Why? What did I do?
Oh,
I'm just looking with my big old eyes.
this tree doesn't belong here.
Just looking at my favorite, my favorite person in the world.
Big ol' eyes.
And then
So, what
looking
if I
at my
got
second favorite person in the world.
But you can't catch me. I ain't catching strays here. I ain't catching no strays. Wait, my husband, come back. I didn't talk to you.
You running away?
He is. Flying away. Oh, frozen tear. Pierre. Fuck you, Pierre.
A diamond.
Don't fuck Pierre.
No, I
You
don't
have a
want to. I do. He also has a wife,
That's
but
fine.
I would
But
his
you know
wife,
what's
not
better?
him.
fuck his
He's a
wife.
bitch.
I would
Yeah. I'm like, how do I word this? I would be a homewrecker, but not for him. For her. Because she's a freak. Because
For
I'm
her.
sorry, that woman. That
Women.
Abigail's father is the wizard.
Women.
Women. I want to play more
Women.
Baldur's Gate so I can look at women.
I
Pumpkin.
have an addiction to the game Pulpit.
Yep, he does.
Oh yeah, I see you guys playing it
What are
all the
you?
time.
What do you mean, me? I've done nothing.
Do I have money? I do.
I'm looking at you with my big old eyes.
Look at you, my big old eyes.
Big ol' eyes.
My big old eyes and my will.
Here's your little paws.
And then I'll look with my big eyes and big old paws.
I know how many need. I have corn. Cake coming back. What type of
Corn.
cake was it?
Cake. I should quiet. Can you get me to try cake when you're down here?
I will. I will. I will.
Thank you.
Football.
I didn't like cake as a kid, and I want to retry it now that I'm an.
That's fair.
But I
I'll
gotta like.
take cake.
I need him to force me to do it. I need peer pressure.
No, I
I
don't
feel like
peer
you gotta
pressure,
get the
eh?
right cake. I support you retrying cakes.
Well, I've tried certain cakes.
Mhm.
I need to retry brownies as well.
Ooh.
Ooh, I know where to get some good brownies.
They look very good,
Mm-hmm.
but I had a lot of issues with texture with like cake and brownies and that. I know they're not the same, but it was
But there's
similar issues.
too close in the
And so I
brain.
want to retry it again. And I know if I try it with Quiet, he'll just eat the cake if I don't like it. It's not
Oh
throwing
yeah,
it
I'll just
away.
eat it. Yeah, I'll just eat it.
No problem.
It's a win-win scenario.
What part of the cake gives the texture issue? Like the cake itself?
The cake itself, it's like it might just be the cakes that I've eaten, but it's just the natural cake texture. It's just not something I really experienced, and so I had a very like guttural reaction to when I tried it. I was like, oh, you know,
Fair.
because I have issues.
Is it like, oh, you guys do have different... I remember the TikToks talking about how your cake is different than how our cakes are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I forgot about that too, because I was like, oh, is it because they're too moist? What am I doing? I went to the complete wrong section. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to give Pierre something. But that's interesting. Always worth a second try, though.
Yeah.
And when
'cause
in doubt.
I haven't eaten cake in like at least 13 years. So I want to retry it.
That is
Last time I
fair.
had cake, I was like 7.
So it's been a minute.
But
Okay.
then every time I would look at, yeah, it's been a minute. I'm retrying a lot of foods that I hated as a kid because I was really bad with food. when I
No,
was
my
really
my
little.
brother could not let them touch, so like, understandable.
I was a lot like that, but worse.
Yeah, I'm just like, I get it. Some kids just be that way,
Yeah.
and that's okay. What was I gonna say? What's on like your top list of things to retry? Besides cake.
Fish.
Ooh, that's understandable. I didn't eat fish
Yeah.
really as a kid. And so I struggle with it sometimes. A good salmon
Yeah,
covered in marmalade.
I struggled with it a lot.
I struggled with raw fish still. But I like sushi.
Hey, Quiet, you completed a goal. You completed the goal with
They don't
the...
have real
Yeah.
cake? I need to look at their
skeleton
cake
goal.
again.
Ew.
Because I forget the
I
type
don't know,
of cake.
I thought our cake was like relatively normal.
I think your cake is relatively normal. It's just the way that,
You guys just have a lot of sugar in your cake.
No, it's not even
You
that.
guys put way too much sugar in yours.
It's the way
Yeah.
that the texture of the cake is.
How did I just...
It's okay though, Kyle. We can try cake and I'll just eat it if in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to Pierre. Now I need.
And then I'll get you a cheesecake as well.
What
I do
was
need a
it?
try cheese.
US.
I know Gray really wants me to try tiramisu, but I don't
Ooh.
think I have the energy to try that. I'll be honest.
That's definitely a texture thing. That's
Yeah.
It's also got alcohol in it.
oh fair. Pierre, take it. Thank you. I was about to yell because I thought he left. Europe, okay. US. No, that's why did I? Oh my god, I almost just butchered. Butchered? Okay. I can't talk nor type.
It's okay. I clearly can't talk today either.
Is that how I spell the word? Yeah. I was trying to look up the cake thing because I don't remember what it was. Yeah, you back? Are you at work today? Okay, I don't want random TikToks.
But you do though.
I do, but like I need this discussion. Okay, sure. I'm gonna click this random one about cakes. I can't hear them. Oh shit, I have to scroll. What the fuck is wrong with Ohio?
Honestly, if you look at a Victoria sponge cake. Yeah, if you look at a Victoria sponge cake, that's like, yeah.
I want you to know that this had
That's
the
probably,
cake
like,
picture.
The best example of a cake I can think of.
Fair. This had pictures, all the cakes are the same, which is basically like they are all the same, but then there was a cakes in Ohio. And it's a bean cake. Like beans. But I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Honestly, quite scary. Okay, I'm just gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna research this.
Scary. You guys. I was terrified to talk to you guys when I first met you guys.
What the fuck? We were talking
I'll
about
be
cake,
real.
where this came from, but they love you. Me too, though.
Cause I heard somebody say scary, and I'm like, you guys are scary.
Playing Ark. Oh, Ark. Yeah, you are on Ark. I literally saw you on Ark. I hope you are winning and looting.
Where do we?
What do we? I hope you're winning. What do we? I was scared of you guys do. Like, not scared, but it's scary talking because it's like the, oh, okay, what this, are they Are they scary? Are they nice? Are they mean? Will they like me?
And now I'm
Yeah.
just a little bear on your shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to go to that lady's channel.
I'm the scarce of them
Okay,
all.
somebody just give me a...
Rawr.
Yeah, you have thinner layered
Ah.
cakes. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, it was something about the assembly and how the cake was, but I couldn't fucking remember.
Coffee cake is really
Quiet,
nice.
I love
Your
coffee
chest.
cake.
That's okay.
I'm just picking up a chest out of your chests and placing it down.
Hell yeah.
Sponge cake is really good, though. I like carrot cake, but sometimes it still spazzes me out that carrots are in the carrot cake. What a concept. What type of cake would you try? Like frosting and if anything in
I
there?
don't know. Just honestly, just whatever's there.
Fair.
Honestly.
Fair. I want to make you cake. I'll make you funfetti, and it tastes good. I make you funfetti, and it'll be fun. I swear. I swear it'll be fun. It's in the name.
It'll be fun because you made it.
Yeah. Honestly, I love a good red velvet cake with cream cheese frosting. Because I don't like...
Why is the dog in my attic?
Oh.
The dog's in my attic and he gave me a bunch of bones.
Oh. He was trying to perform
Bones.
witchcraft.
Yeah.
He's just being a little whimsy.
Mm-hmm.
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 I love red velvet cake.
Anyway, I
Cream
need to
cheese
get into bed.
frosting. Cream cheese. I love cream cheese.
I think I finished decorating the house. Anyway, it's 1 a.m.
I'm in my bed.
Somebody isn't. Hi, quiet.
Hello.
I can hear you moving up to the house.
It's me.
Then I gotta take a screenshot so you can see what the house looks like. So you can see what the room looks like.
E.
Interesting. I'm learning about the sugar differences. Should I be doing this while streaming? No, but unfortunately my little jingle in my brain. You guys use finer sugars compared to we use as this says chunkier.
Granular. Oh.
It's just like chunkier sugar. Which yeah.
Granular?
Yeah, the granulated sugar. Hey, want some coffee? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was decorating this room.
Can I do a silly?
Yes.
No, I can't do a silly. Wait, can I? If I take you out of that, can I now do a silly? No. I can't do a silly.
Why wouldn't I let you do the silly?
I know. That means I gotta go into the mayor's basement.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah. I know. Nobody does.
Nobody likes to go in the mayor basement.
Why do you have to go in the mayor's basement?
To get his lucky purple shorts.
And why can't you get them from Marnie?
An extra pair. Yeah.
Oh.
I want to go get an
Oh my
extra
god,
pair
my kid's running.
so I can go and put them in
The luau.
I want to go put them in my fish tank
Oh, God.
decoration.
Oh, I should put. Can I put that in here? Oh my god. I put it in my little ecosystem. Oh my god. That looks so funny.
There you go. I put my room.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Why is Sebastian just in this fucking room? Can we take that? Right now this room's empty. Get decorated, bitch.
There we go. I posted my room. Also, if you want to take the catalogs, you can just take them out of my house.
Okay. I will
Mhm.
in a moment. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let me talk to my child. I don't need to do anything. I need more money.
I need to go talk to your child. What if I gain friendship with your child?
Yeah, my strange child. Oh, Turnip, are you back in the game?
What I do?
Are you back in the game?
Yeah.
If you go to the social button and scroll all the way down, what color is bruschetta for you?
Yeah.
The
Pink or blue?
social button.
The child.
Yeah.
Oh.
The friendship one.
Oh, what color is what?
Bruschetta?
The shirt or
Yeah, just whatever.
blue?
Yeah.
It's blue for you too?
Is it pink
Yeah, but
for
you're
you
asking a
still?
colorblind person, so I don't.
No, that's fair, that's fair.
Can you not see blue?
Not when it's an eighth of an inch tall.
I don't know.
No, like if something's very small, I can't tell what color it is.
Interesting.
Like I'm pushing it, saying it's blue.
Take a screenshot of it. And then put it in the game pictures.
Oh, I can do that.
That probably would have been easier. Yeah, I
Thank you,
posted my city.
pigs. Oh yeah, I need to look at that. Tabs out. Oh, I was looking at cake. It opened up to cake. Oh, that's really pretty. I want to do something like that. Oh, it is blue. That's so weird. So it's blue for 2 people and pink purple for 2 people. I need Car to log in right now.
Yeah, don't trust us.
No, because no, it's pink on our end, but then blue for Kai and you.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking cat, move!
Don't be mean to the cat.
I couldn't get past on my horse. Horses are wider than people. Jerk.
It's Satan. What do you expect?
Wow, 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 wow,
Ah,
wow.
wow. I concur with that information.
Guess what?
You get me.
I do. I do.
I called my physical therapist
breasty.
and I said, "How much more do I have?" And they're like, "You were supposed to be done December 3rd.
Oh.
We just kept letting you come."
Oh.
Like,
They didn't stop you?
okay. They were just gonna keep letting me go.
That's fucking crazy.
Hell yeah. I mean, if you need it, you need it.
True.
I didn't. I was just going because it was for like cheap exercise, but
I like how they said,
I mean, I could go to the gym for less than that, but not with a.
they were
coach,
just
I
taking your
guess.
money. But I mean, also
Yeah, they're
helping
taking
you.
Insurance money.
True.
Yeah, it was helping. I'm like, I could do this myself. I'm just lazy.
Real as hell. I'm stealing a catalog. I'm very scared to, actually.
That you're okay. You can move them. You
It's
can
just
move all 3 if you
that's
need
gonna be
them.
so. Oh, I do want the wizard one. I do have the wallpaper one.
Glad
Stolen.
you guys are happy.
Stealing.
Yeah, you can take the furniture one if you need it.
That's the one that I have in my pockets, but I'm scared of it because I'm not gonna leave my house. That's the scary part.
Look, okay. I did that, and then I did Turnip's house, and then I made a new room, and then did that, and then I haven't left
Yeah, you can.
a house and gone into the town except one time for the entire time we've been playing the game.
You can finally leave.
No, I got chores to do.
You're free. Oh, this is such a
Kippy.
cute small rug. Okay. Oh, this is so scary.
I can't wait till we can get the retro catalog. So
Where do
I
I
can
get that?
change a couple of things. It's 110,000 gold, but it's from the traveling cart. So it's
Ah.
not always gonna be there.
I just asked where. I didn't say how much.
Yeah, but it's
It's not that much money.
the information goes together. But it is that much money.
Money's
You
easy.
considered I don't have that much money.
Money's easy.
Anyway, I'm gonna go give my purple mushrooms to the raccoons.
Yes.
Yeah, and the raccoons are gonna use that, and then they're gonna have more.
They're gonna love us.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Yay!
He gave me fairy dust.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
Does that mean we
Fun.
can buy the fairy dust? We can buy. Oh, never mind. We can't buy fairy dust. We do
Can we
not
be
have
fairy
access to
dust?
mystics. It's fairy dust.
I want to know if we
we-
can be fairy dust.
Let me be one
we
with the
can't buy
fairy
the
dust.
fairy dust. It takes it. We got to get mystic syrup from the mystic trees, but none of us have the 10 in all skills. So we can't go do the mastery stuff, and then I believe that's the foraging master.
Where do I get a fish smoker?
You buy the recipe for 10k at Willie's house.
Oh, okay.
Or you can just throw me all the materials.
Oh my god, it's dark out already.
If you throw me where's the recipe? Do I have the recipe actually? Or did I just
It's all good.
get Gar to make it for me? I think I just got Gar to make it for me instead. I also need to go buy the recipe. It's one of every jelly, so cave, river, and
Oh, that's
ocean,
right.
as well as
That's right.
hardwood. I believe it's hardwood. But the difficult thing is going to be the cave jelly, because that has the worst drop rate.
Ooh.
Oh my god, I forgot about the trash bear. What does he want?
I forgot the trash bear.
Oh, we don't have... When you go down to the forest entrance of the sewers, there's like a bear there.
Not my
Well,
fish
it's like a
rock.
giant fat raccoon thing. And it will ask for an item that's it'll either ask for a cooking recipe or an item that's in season. And then once you do all of those, it'll clear up all the trash around the area.
Mahogany. Sorry.
A good name for a bear, then.
Can I put it on top of that? I can! That's atrocious.
What? I need to go see
Gotta
what you're
keep
doing
playing
in a
this game.
second.
He's gonna give me a wedgie? Damn. Just trying to live the simple life of farming. Live your best
I gotta
life.
go see what
Take it.
Farm.
the last
Take it.
it's deforestation
Is it with
time.
this one?
Just a wedgie. You'll learn to like them. They're fine.
It's just a wedgie. There's no biggie. I do kind of want a red armchair. I have so many things in my pockets. Brown couch.
Yeah, I had so many things in my pockets at all
Oh
times.
my god, moon table. Oh my god, sun table. Okay. I
Mhm.
gotta
Hikawa. Sorry.
Because this is like the reading like room.
Shaw.
Shaw! I love that girl so
Shaw!
much.
Shaw.
I can't. One of our friends is playing through Silk Song, and we're just there, just the whole time, just like Shaw.
Shaw!
Yeah.
As you should be. Oh, wrong one.
We got
Yeah. Okay.
It's
no,
just Silk Song is just fueling my vocal stem.
Yeah.
good.
And then he was fighting a boss that was literally just like going.
Yeah.
So he was fighting us.
Hell yeah.
Oh, sorry.
He was fighting us. Yes.
Wow. Skill attack. I like it.
What the frick?
I gotta go see what you're doing. Quiet, it's 11 p.m.
Thank you.
Questionable. Put it on that. Yes. Oh, no, put it back down. I understand
Hello.
you.
Oh my god, you've changed things.
You have
I see what you
changed.
mean. You've changed things. Where are you? Where are you?
Where are
You put the lucky
you?
purple shorts in the tank.
Yeah. I'm down below. I'm in the little cubby room.
Oh, you with the little one.
The little
Hello.
one. Hello. It's the little
Hello.
study. Hello. Can I like turn
Hello.
this?
It's a little study.
Yes. The other one would be
It's
bigger
gonna be so
library.
cute.
Yes. Yeah, I
What
put the
if I
purple
sleep
shorts.
in your house? Do you
Oh my
mind?
god. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yippee!
Yippee!
It's nearly 1 a.m.
Oh, well, yes, it is. And here I am, hard at work. Old world rug. Yeah, I'll take
Like
that.
the banana.
This is what I want. Red cushion. Red cushion. Give me. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
Oh my god, your hats are scary.
Our hats? We have matching hats.
Yeah, but one was
Yeah.
slightly over the other, but not completely aligned, so it was just tall. Scarily tall.
Like quiet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
okay,
ain't
you're the
denying
taller
it.
one on the
Yeah.
screen.
You're the
Yeah.
tallest one in real life, too. Your bed is so cute.
Thank
Your
you.
bed is so cute.
I love it. I love this room. The bear lives with me. I should put the bear down here, maybe.
Your bed is so cute. It looks weird through the
Put the
curtains,
bed
though.
down there.
mean, what?
What else
I
do I
gotta-
have?
Oh my god, this is so weird.
Oh, this is such a big house.
Whoa, what's
What do you mean? You're glad I turned up and that now you're here, you feel less energetic. Sebastian,
Damn!
you have a wife!
Hello, Bruschetta. Bruschetta, I don't know what you are. Bruschetta's an eldritch god.
I-
Don't look at the fact that I have all these plants, but these are hand collected.
You.
I got a lot of plants.
I love how one of these is just a chair.
Yeah, it was outside, and I want it
It's a
inside.
chair.
Yeah.
Bellows! Bellows! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, Bellows. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in! We're decorating. We're decorating. It's very scary up in here. We're decorating. I don't know where to put the frog. Let me... Is this a fucking washing machine? Are you in the fucking washing machine? You're in the fucking washing machine. Who put you in the washing machine? Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello.
Huh?
One of Bellows' emotes. He's in the washing machine.
Why is he at the washing
There's a
machine?
wash
Get
machine,
out of
see,
there,
yeah.
Billy.
We'll put the puppet in the
What
washing
the hell?
machine. Anyways, welcome in Raiders. My name's Sarah. I'm here with my fellow my tower over there. We're playing our community farm. I'm decorating my house though, and it's very scary. We have the catalog for the furniture, and I don't know what I'm doing. But we're doing things. But welcome in. This freaking huge. It's not even. Okay, hold on. We're going on an adventure because it gets bigger, but my house isn't even fully upgraded. So we're gonna.
If you guys have a
My house
prime,
isn't even fully
slap that
upgraded.
prime
I
Yeah.
on
still
the
have 2
table
more
like a
rooms.
big fucking
Yours
cock.
is bigger than mine.
Show everybody that
We're
you have
show.
a big
Hold them
fucking
yet.
dick
Have we
today and
turned up?
slap
Is
that
yours
prime
bigger?
on the
Come show
fucking
off my
table
house if
right
you
now.
want.
Not yet.
I do have a baby. My
Maybe
baby
tomorrow.
is an eldritch god.
Yeah,
Your
you can
house
come
looks-
show off my house. I'm actually really proud of it. Let me remove
The
this
way the
carpet.
water
It was literally just
sounded.
there to show you.
It's just yoink that, put in your pocket. My baby is an eldritch god because we don't know what gender it is. Because it's different for everybody. But this is Kai's little house, the
And then
bear.
there's mine. I gotta turn the fireplace.
I like,
on.
I just want to show because your attic is really cute. I really like the door to
spent so long
nowhere.
with this.
I know, I can't wait to have an
Yeah, it's
attic
the
because
door
this
to
is what I'm gonna
nowhere.
do. It's just so
Mhm,
cool.
mhm.
Did 1 year and stop playing, to be honest.
And then I
No,
had
you're
to
real
put,
as hell.
like a dwarf scroll.
I know, I like the dwarf scroll.
I can just sit here.
What's it? Oh,
You can sit there.
I'm working. You're
It's
working.
a study. It's a study.
You
yeah,
do.
you work here.
You do gotta explore my. Oh, let me talk to the baby. Hold on.
Okay, let me put my baby.
Yeah, been sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to get the
Baby
fuck back
checking.
here.
And then there's a basement. There's a lot. Usually I only get to like year 1 or finishing the community
So-
center and then stop too.
There's actually 2 more rooms. One of
Day
them
3.
off of the kitchen, and then I don't know where the other room is.
Year
Actually. I don't know where the last
Right
That's
corner.
fair.
just this corner room.
Is
There's
it the right
one-
corner?
I don't know
There's
which
one
corner.
to the right of kids' room.
That's the there's
I've got
that one.
That's my bedroom.
I wonder
And
what
then
the other
it
one is.
expands.
Oh,
back.
it gets bigger?
Oh, it expands it.
Oh, bigger
Yeah, it's like-
bedroom.
Ooh.
Much bigger.
But there's so much Bellows. Bellows, I hope
I
you're
have
doing
to- I
well.
have
I
to
hope you
stay
had a
up
good
for that.
holiday season.
And then I can properly make me and Quiet a little bedroom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the wood metal
Mhm.
chair.
Yeah.
But also, Bellows and anybody from the raid, please take care of yourself if you need to raid a runner. If not, if not, you may stay here and we are decorating. Back a few days ago, no. But I'm glad you're doing Beller. But Beller,
I'm glad you're doing Beller.
I'm glad you're doing Beller.
Glad you're doing Bellows.
Go get food,
Somebody's gotta do
Bellows.
Beller.
Go get food. For everybody here from my chat, if you guys don't follow Bellows, please do. My favorite little guy, favorite little puppet in the washing machine. Very silly little. I guess you're not a little guy. You are freaking ginormous too. So much Bellar. So much Bellar. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're so Bellar.
But you're gonna be
Bellows,
okay.
Be careful if you're in the washing machine. You might get shrunk.
Puppet becomes small. Small.
Yeah.
Hanging
Small
shield.
baby man.
Miner's
baby.
crest.
And now I can make fish smokers.
Fish smokers. I don't know if I have.
I
do I-
hardly
that was a
know.
ladder. I really want that ladder. Where was that? This is so overwhelming.
Ladder.
I hardly know her.
There is the little tabs down the side that you can use instead of just.
I didn't even know where it was. It's on like which section it was. Oak ladder.
It would be in the paintings bit.
Light
'cause
switch.
That's a wall decoration.
Wall clock. I didn't need that. Why did I grab it? Calendar. Yeah, let's get a calendar. We need a calendar up in here. I can't put a calendar anywhere. I want more rug in here. Sebastian, what are you doing in here?
That's why you gotta block it off. Like
God,
I did.
yeah, God forbid I allow my husband down here. Is it under tables?
Yeah.
Up table.
Oh, I need to upgrade my pickaxe to iridium.
Stone
Sorry, you
slab.
just reminded
If
me,
I
Tana.
get a stone slab, can we sacrifice a child?
You can sacrifice it by
You can sacrifice them anyway.
Can actually sacrifice a child. Yeah. Prismatic shard, I believe,
Remember?
at the witch's hut, and you can sacrifice a child by turning it into a dove. But the dove will haunt you.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
dramatic as
That's
hell.
worth it.
I
That's
like
It
this
awesome.
can
rug.
sometimes it'll cool you up. Like sometimes the dove will cool you up. I'm being terrorized. Why did I go into Skull Caverns today? I'm leaving.
Okay, Sebastian, I really need this. I'm sorry. Oh, not that one. You can look at that. You can't have that though. My child got stuck. Stop it. God, I hate kids.
Mm-hmm.
Do I like this lantern? I think it fits the bedroom. I'll just put it in there. Okay.
I like having the little lantern on the table. It's silly.
It's so cute. Okay, we don't like...
The little
Oh
decorative
my
one.
god, what do I do with all my extra stuff? Oh my god. Okay.
I need to go move everything in my house so I can do renovations tomorrow.
No, that's real as hell.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
If anything needs to get moved while you're there.
No, it's too late. She's
Industrial
leaving her desk
pipe.
right
Who
now.
wants it in small crystal? Oh my god,
I
knickknacks.
leveled up.
Elegant vase. Large fish egg! Artistic bookcase. These bookcases are cute, but it's not the same as the
Is it
wizard.
a bad luck day? I've had so far I'm on floor 5 and I've had 3 of those serpent swarms.
Oh! It appears it might
feels
be.
kind of mean.
Your cologne.
Not the fucking cologne.
It's your cologne. Sorry.
Oh, I like this table. I need to stop picking up the tables.
Aren't you stinky?
Mahogany. Mahogany
They not
tea
like me because I'm
table.
stinky or something.
That's gotta be it.
Why'd they think you're stinky?
I don't know.
Okay, you go there. I keep on clicking things that I
Website,
don't
why are
need.
you stinky?
I don't know.
Coffee table? Coffee table.
You forget to shower.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I was crying because the TV didn't fit on the thing and I wanted to see if it fit on the thing, but now I just have the thing in my house. Modern tea table. That's kind of horrifying. Okay.
I like all the retro stuff, but it'll never be
Mahogany
there when I can afford it.
dresser.
I've leveled the birch stuff because it's pink.
That's fair. Reasonable. Reasonable. That's... I don't know what I'm doing. I need light in this house. I don't care which lamp this is. Just go down. Give me light. I cast light. Divine light.
I cast light.
Divine light.
Flashbang.
Widowy.
You at midnight.
Widowy flashbang. No.
Widowy.
Widowy.
Princess.
Widowy princess. Widowy. My ahoy.
There's a shaft.
Oh no.
I need to go to bed.
I gotta go to the shaft.
I need to go to
You
bed.
No.
I need to go to bed. Didn't I?
There's
I wanted
another
to put this
there's
couch
another
down here.
shelf.
Why didn't I put this down here? I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I just forgot.
It's okay. There's multiple shafts in it.
Oh.
I said what I said.
You said I did it. And
Lane
what
change.
about it? What if I need to itch my eyeball.
Jesus Christ.
It's your balls.
Me and Deadlock every time when I'm looking at Jordy or Kodiak, I'm like, damn, you got a big ball. But it's just one. It's just one on their back.
Me and Bullpit. Me and Bullpit. And we're just there was a whole thing when I unlocked a new character, and the character's whole thing is that it has gravity. Gravity affects it, and so I was just there, just like, oh shit, my balls have gravity, guys.
My balls.
My balls have their own gravitational field.
They have gravity. A cute chair? No, I think mahogany chair.
I
Mahogany.
love the mahogany wood.
The mahogany wood is so cute. Well, actually, I like this table.
Mahogany wood.
But I want... Oh, but round. I'm sorry, that's square and I like it, but I need a round in this case. Round. I hate us both. Small plant, decor ball. Globe. Mud ship. Sorry, I meant to say model ship, but I said
Would you
mud
like
ship.
another plant? I picked up a plant while I was down here. Would you like it?
Oh my god. Houseplant? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's another it's a table plant.
Houseplant? Tabale plante.
Table plant.
Bonsai tree. I do like the bonsai tree. Corn plant. Decor hatch. I'm gonna put that in a secret corner. China cabinet. I need that.
I
need,
have that. It's really cool.
Modern fish tank. I don't like that. Okay.
I think
I like
I
the
have leveled
deluxe
up in
fish tank.
today, which is good.
Okay, I picked up a whole bunch of plants, but now I need to place them somewhere.
Oh shit it! It's midnight.
Oh shit
Oh
it.
shit it!
I'm
I'm in Skull Caverns.
Oh, oh shitted.
Uh-oh.
Use your totem.
Do you have
I
a
don't
totem?
have one.
Oh no!
Quick, make a totem.
Oh
I
my
was
god,
silly. This was a last minute decision to go here.
Did I need to do
don't
anything
think-
outside? I didn't even collect my things
I don't think I
outside.
just do.
I don't think I just do. Real as hell. I've been decorating all day. I don't have space. Eat the cookies. Don't eat the cookies. I took my entire livelihood with me, and I shouldn't have.
Hello. Hello, I'm running. Hello.
Oh shit, I'm just...
Hello,
okay,
I'm
grabbing the
running.
cookies again. I'm just going to bed. I'll get that wine later. It takes so long to get to my bed. My bed's so far away. Oh my god, Sebastian's in the bed. Like I'm holding a plate of pancakes.
There we go. I made it.
So one
Midnight
hand is
snack.
painted. Wahoo!
Level 8 combat.
Yippee! Need to crack my...
That'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
I don't know what
What
weeds! What weeds! What happened? Okay, I'm gonna place down a whole bunch of random shit that's in my pocket.
What is a weed?
Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. 911, what's your emergency? No one look into it. Why are we all in despair? Sebastian.
Elliot was said nice things. And I didn't know how to
Oh, my
cope,
corn.
so you just get me a screen.
Yeah. An agony. Agony.
Agony?
Yeah, exactly. I need to pick up my wine. I need to go get the truffles. Make more truffles.
I need to give you a plant.
Delicious plant.
That
No,
is
don't
so-
eat
you
the-
have so
don't
many
drink it. Oh my
This is
god, don't
wonderful.
drink the truffle oil. Don't, no.
The plant is right in front of your TV in a really obnoxious way.
Hell yeah. That's the only way to place items ever. It's like, oh my god, I've been seeing people talk about the... I think because there was a dance competition recently. But I just love all the gals. Have fun. Don't die. Talking in the comments just like, man, is this how a bird feels? Because it works. Because just watching them all dance is like,
yeah,
wow. Wow.
Sarah, I gotta find the video again, but I was seeing Instagram reels of a Japanese idol group that was produced by Ado.
Oh yes, Phantom Saito.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah,
love
and
them.
they had I believe new music, and that was what
Probably.
the reel was.
Hee hee hee. They also were just
really cool.
on is it First Take? It's like a one take thing.
I don't know.
That's also a really cool show. You would also like it because Ado was on it recently. So it's like a live recording of it with only one take, and like
Go.
they don't go back edit or anything. That's the take. But Ado's so good. I love Ado so much. I can't wait to see her again. Don't drink the wine. Put it in
I
bed.
am so jealous of
Don't
you.
drink the Kool-Aid.
I didn't. I finally put it in the fucking barrel.
I wanna.
Okay, I'm gonna take this tea set because
I
this is
might
what I need.
make more. I might make more.
Sorry, I just saw the plant. No, not the
Don't have
mahogany
enough.
table. No, not the mahogany table. There we go. I love how round that thing is. Where'd it go in my inventory?
Damn it.
6.
Anyone near my house?
Oh, you need to move something?
I can be.
I'm
Give me
heading
a
down
The
there.
window next to my bed.
Yeah,
moved
the windows
over.
count. I hate it. I'm down there.
Okay.
I was not committed to the decorating.
Now I just need another 6.
Which, oh, I know which one.
That one right
Yep.
there. Thank you.
I saw and I'm like, I know exactly which one. Because that's the one that got me too.
There we go.
There's my attic.
17, 18, 19.
There's my hubby.
Oh my god, I hope Jordy got
20.
the clip. I made the... Oh, I'm sorry, Sebastian. Not really.
29.
I just need 250,000
I have.
more points. Cool.
I like how bright and green this room is, but at the same time, I don't. Not the lucky purple shirts. Okay, we're just gonna shove that in there. All of this has come from that. I'm so stressed. Oh god, I have so much shit in my house. Oh. Okay, so I don't need this TV. I now have a new TV.
Sarah, I have would you like wine? I can give you wine.
I would love to give
I
Sarah
need to
some
stop.
wine.
Yeah, I have so much wine. Would you like some? I have too much.
Yeah, you can put it in my Basamante. Sorry, the TV didn't fit where it needed to go, so
yeah, I can give you.
Bruschetta, stop running in the household.
Cranberry wine.
I have returned.
I'm losing my mind.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I appreciate you, Quiet.
You're doing
Well, I appreciate you too.
amazing.
Ow, ow,
Ow, wow, 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 wow.
Oh, I don't know how to do it.
Why?
Why?
Okay.
Okay.
I have wine.
Oh, put the
Where
Basamante
are you?
in my house. Yeah, we did that, and then we do one right there, like they were reading on the couch.
Is my not gonna be ready for another like 2 months?
I want to put it
Okay.
on something.
Kai.
Fucking running away. Okay, I need this.
No.
gone. Are you making? Why doesn't this line up? That's so upsetting. It doesn't line up at all. Sebastian, stop staring at the random things. Bruschetta, stop running in the house. My fake child is gonna make me lose my mind. Meow, 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 meow. Yellow? 2 yellow. I hope I'm happy with the 2 yellow choice.
Hello.
Sebastian.
Hello.
Hello.
I need to put some things on to cook. Actually, no. I need to go grab one of my staircases, and I need to go and fight Mayor Lewis.
Oh, fight Mayor Lewis. There you go.
I don't need a
Yeah, I'm
Christmas
just gonna fight
tree.
Mayor Lewis.
Go for
Don't
there.
get caught in
You
the
do
maze.
need a Christmas tree.
Don't get attacked by the shorts.
Shorts. I wish I could turn the
Red
bookshelves.
Or
Or-
God, my only complaint with this game is that you can't turn the bookshelves.
Yeah. Like, why can I turn some
Yeah.
things but not everything?
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense to me. I want to rotate them.
Rotate the patate. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Like, not sorry, but sorry. What if I put the sun and moon in
Yeah,
this? But
it's
the
fine.
mahogany is so cute.
Anyway, now I'm in Mayor Lewis's basement.
Ideas. I just like gulped. Gulp.
Did I go the wrong way? I did go the wrong way. Oopsies.
What does that look like?
I
I'm
wasn't paying
curious.
Wait, can I not do it again? I can't do it again.
No!
He's blocked it off for me.
That's quite rude
No.
that he even has the capability of blocking it off.
Yeah, I thought you could do it infinitely, but I guess you could only do it once. Damn it, I wanted the lucky purple shorts for my
Ooh,
my
that's
fish
quite
pond.
cute.
Now I'm quite sad.
What is the point of a floor divider? I hate that. I know what it means, but
I have them. I have them in my house.
I like it, but I hate it.
Like I put a rug there and then I put the dividers there and it makes it look like there's a little step up.
Cute. The stress is overtaken again. The stress has kicked in again.
Oh.
Oh. Did I need to do anything outside? No. This is like building a new house in The Sims. But like...
Building a new house in The Sims is always stressful because like, can I make it look good? The inside, yes. The outside of the house just looks beige.
Beige.
Yeah. I just can't make the outside of the house look good.
No, you're real for that. The inside the matters to me. I'm just like I have so much.
Yeah, the inside is all I really care about.
Yeah, we do that. I think that's cute. I need Sebastian to move. That is the only thing I need him to do now.
Can I look at your house? Can I see if it can I look?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
It's not done yet, but you may come look.
Right.
You can see where the couches are and how I'm like I need Sebastian to move.
I need to go upgrade to a big shed at some
I
point.
do like this houseplant a
Or
lot.
like make 2 sheds. No, I need to just upgrade to a big shed.
No,
There's
that's what I
point having
want.
2 sheds.
Look at where Sebastian is. Look at that. Should lock him up. Keep him out of my way.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, it's like, why?
Oh, well.
You multiplied. You didn't multiply. You did not multiply. Can confirm it. Not
Hello.
actually multiplied. Hello, welcome to the show.
Yay!
Okay. Okay.
I am staring with my big old eyes.
The big ol' eye. Oh, he moved.
Mhm.
Beautiful. Finally.
Mhm.
Don't mind the iridium in my hands.
But what if I'm staring with my big old eyes?
With
at
your
the
big ol'
iridium in your
eyes?
hands? With my big
Up in
old
your
eyes.
small
Can I
plate
eat the
table.
iridium?
I think it'd be kind of crunchy.
Can
I
I
think
eat
it
the
might break your
iridium?
teeth.
Yeah, that's
My
fine.
teeth?
Yeah, your little teeps. Your teeps might go crack.
Oh, teeths.
We like
They
the
go
red.
crunchy, crunchy.
Can I walk here still? Ooh, that red's
Hydrate,
nice.
you bastard! Hydrate!
I like that red. Give me that. Sorry, took away your light. Hold on. Don't worry about it. Divine light. Hydrate. Oh, okay. There's no more coffee.
Aw.
Yeah, go hydrate, silly.
I did. Okay. Okay. It's getting late. Oh, hey guys.
It's
We
good
have
night.
some time. I need to
We got
there
time.
we go. I like
Whatever
This
comes
is
over.
just so ominous.
Why must I pickaxe this one? Don't. I hope you guys didn't mind the Christmas tree in the front entrance.
It's fine. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
don't
Where
mind
it
that.
should be.
It's
Yeah,
a choice.
it's
I see.
Christmas.
I see Christmas tree. I want to jump in
Christmas.
the Christmas tree.
Real as hell.
My inner cat wants to
cat.
jump in.
Like a cat.
Why, yes. Oh my god, give me this. I
He's the
can't.
cat at heart,
Meow.
Yeah.
just like I am a bear at heart.
Real as hell. I wish I could turn this rug. I'm not allowed to turn this rug either.
I wish you could turn the rugs.
Some of them are nice.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to turn the rugs.
Because like this one, oh, I can't pick it up. Something's on it, and apparently,
You should go to bed.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! It! Oh
Let's
shit!
go,
It!
gang.
Oh shit! It! Let's go, gang! Sleepover! Sleepover!
they were watching me build.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we should end stream soon.
I hope you don't mind the insane amount of cats that I'm sending you.
I can't believe you guys made it.
Oh, we were right next to my bed. We were all in my
Yeah, no,
house.
we were right next to it.
I was just stress building.
Oh.
Should we do this
Oh
as
my
the
God.
last day? Oh god. Sorry, the mannequin stared at me.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
ah, ah.
To go get my dining room and the other room and
Love
and my
this.
cricket.
You know, I'm just gonna sit here. Why not?
Fair enough.
I
Here.
gotta go do chores.
give you
I'll be
something to look
back.
at.
I want to go stare at you doing things, but I gotta do chores first.
Do chores. I should do
Hello,
chores too,
Turnip.
but
Goodbye, Turnip.
oh, shit, I picked up that whole rug. I don't know what to do with this stuff when I don't. Oh my god, I picked up the wrong thing.
What I do is I put it. I make a chest and then I put it in the chest and then I just have that there with me, basically throughout the whole thing, and then I get rid of it when I don't want it. I don't want anything inside it anymore.
Fair. Why can't I turn this one? Like, why can't I turn that?
Because raisins.
So annoying. What's in this
Excuse
one?
me.
Wizard Tabale. I still need to get my attic.
A dick?
The attic cost me
Mahogany.
60 grand.
Yeah, I don't have that money right meow.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for Robin to open so I can buy my last rooms.
Fair.
Nearly there.
Hi.
Mahogany. I hate this rug. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
I mean, I could sell all my ancient wine. I have 60 ancient fruit wine, and that would give me enough money to get both of the upgrades. But it's more of a case of, do I want to do that now? No, I should.
Wait till they're iridium quality.
I need
Yeah,
this
but
kid
that's
to
gonna
stop
take
running.
ages.
I know.
I already have some in my.
Blossom rug.
Yeah, I have
I know.
Large red rug.
Dining room.
silver.
Yeah.
To be fair, I have silver quality wine that I could use instead. Like there's silver quality wine cooking.
That works there.
If you want to see the
And then I can
expanded
replace
corner
it.
room, you can go look at my place now.
Actually, yeah, that's a good.
Open
shout. I
dining.
wanna know
Damn
where
it!
is.
I don't have
I'm
enough for
running to
the.
your house. I can move things for you.
No, I'm done. I don't have enough for the 10,000 for the last one. I'm like,
Oh.
I just dropped 250,000. Can't afford 10.
I can.
I need this kid to move.
If you stay in the menu, I can drop you like 10k.
Oh,
for
can you?
Can this kid move?
Yeah, I can. I
Okay.
want to see where the corner room is. Not that one. Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, yeah, no, I see.
Food, right?
Yeah, that's a massive room. God damn. Okay.
Sorry, I'll put back your
But
Christmas
yeah,
tree. There
I
you go.
will. If you stay in that menu, I am actively
In the menu.
running to
What
mail
did I
it.
put?
I went through the wrong exit because your house is massive now.
The kid moved.
There we go. I'm running.
I wish things would fit on things right.
Mm-hmm.
Because like this table would go perfect
Haley,
with this.
now is not the time. Sorry.
Real as hell.
Really so needy. Like, for real.
Haley, I don't want to sit through your photography cutscene where you take photos on top of a cow. Yeah, no, we take photos of her like on top of the cow.
Oh my god, I can't even put the rug down here because the kid's here.
I haven't done the Haley one yet.
Okay, I'll move out of the fucking way, kid.
I love the little reading notes. That's cute.
Turnip. 10 0 0 0. There you go.
Thank you.
I
All
hope
done.
that's enough.
Yep, that was it.
Yay.
All done. My house is completely expanded.
Yay!
I just had to get that dining room open thing
Okay, cheers.
because I wasn't calculating right
Chair.
because I was only looking at the add dining room because they don't give you the option for open dining room until you have the dining room. I'm like, that's stupid.
I mean, it makes sense.
Sorta.
Yeah, I'm gonna go replace the silver quality wine with the regular quality wine so I can sell that today. And then tomorrow I'm just gonna go upgrade all of my house.
Why can't I turn this plant? Sorry. Quiet. I don't even think you can see the amount of rugs that are over in the other section. Look at my kitchen. It's just rugs.
God, there's so many.
I don't know where to put them. And then they don't fit in certain...
You trying to baby-proof it? Like, baby-proof the floor?
That would be so funny. They just don't fit everywhere. They don't fit in the right, like, places.
I'll do this so I can see more. No.
Like, that's nice. I think I'm gonna do... You move. Oh, thank God it moved. Your ass. Over in this corner. That might have been a nice corner, though, to do that. Too late. Breakfast nook. Don't mind the pig. Oh, God, I should move this stuff. I need this kid out of my way. Oh! I'm gonna lose my mind in this house. It's not even gonna be done. I should do my chores. Quiet, I'll be right back. Sit there.
Yes.
Oh cool, I got
Who
money.
can I sell the wine to? Is it Pierre?
That's
I
a good-
think so, or just the
Hey.
shipping bin. But
Yeah, I guess I'll just throw it in the shipping bin. I won't be able to upgrade my house today because it's the last day, but that's okay.
It's okay,
you
next
could try
time.
Pierre. You got 10 minutes.
No.
Check
There
on
we
pig.
go. Need that. Need
Pig.
do
Pig.
that. And then
Pig.
need
Pig.
to... No. And then I need to do that.
Truffle. Pig.
Quiet, we have a coffee production going.
Coffee.
Me too. Yes. Yes.
Pig.
Hee hee hee.
Pig.
Hee hee. I
Pig,
love
pig,
coffee. Hee 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 hee.
Quiet, you haven't even been playing the last like couple of days. You've just
Aw.
been watching.
Creeper.
Don't be
I'm so
mean to
proud.
him. He's
I'm
just
not
a
being
little
mean.
guy.
He's just watching.
Yeah.
He's a
think
little
it's
guy.
funny.
And it's his birthday. You would be mean to a little guy on his birthday.
No, that's the wrong bin. What did I do? What did I do? Did nothing.
Hello. I go sit next to you.
Okay, I'm coming back in. Why did the eels give us... Oh, hey, you over there?
Yep.
Oh god, the kid.
Hello.
What if I do that? 2 little
Mhm.
breakfast nooks. I don't know. We're gonna leave it like that for now.
Yeah, no, Sarah, you should look at Turnip's house. It is massive.
That's scary.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get completely done decorating, you get to go move everything out of the way so you can expand it some more.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
I'm ready already.
I put all the things I had to move into that chest in the middle of my bedroom.
Oh my god, I'm so stressed. I have 2 little breakfast nooks in my kitchen now.
Nice.
Yay.
Groovy chair. So cute. Oh god, I took that and I don't actually want that chair. Do they look the same as that? They do.
Hey, Turnip, come join us. Come sit with us.
Where? I'm cooking.
Sarah's house.
Oh, I will be over when I'm done cooking.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get around to farming the materials to make my own fish smokers.
Fair. This is like so much thinking. I hardly know her. Do mahogany. Okay, get this out of the fucking way. What if I do that?
me.
What if I do that? What if I do that?
Bless you.
Instead of like one big, what if I... Do I want one table in here? This is a really large kitchen. Wow, the
Wait till you get a dining room, then you'll wonder.
Or, no, it's okay.
I used my dining room to fill with kegs on my house.
Mm.
Seemed logical since I have to
What if
move
I
them then into the cellar.
get that out of the way? Oh, that table's in the way. Oh god, there's a rug here I don't want. Do I want a rug here? Do I want a rug? Red cottage. Let's do a green cottage. Do that one.
Hi, Turnip.
Hi.
Hello.
I'll be wrapping
We're
presents.
just staring at Sarah.
Should be like right there.
Hmm. Hmm.
That might be nice there.
Wow.
Ow, 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 ow.
Hmm.
Ouchie. My leg was so crunched. You guys can come sit at the dining table.
Can we come sit at the dining table?
Yeah, not the actual kitchen,
We gotta-
but like, yeah, over there. Yeah, because then you're
Yo.
closer.
Yeah.
Yay! Okay, we're just gonna
Yeah.
rid of that one.
Yippee.
That, move that. Take this, move that. Take this. What's I got in
Oh
my
my God.
pockets?
Hey, which one is you?
Me? I'm the bottom one.
Stand up. Ah, crap.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hello.
another
Hello.
green.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Why won't let me give them to you? Shit.
Throw
Put
it on the
in
floor.
chest.
Trinkets.
Are you able to throw it on the floor?
No, it won't let me. Why is there never a chest
Sarah,
when I
where
need
is the
one?
chest?
It's full.
Is there a chest in
There's
here?
one.
Oh, wait. If we just go outside, there's one. Gonna be one like here.
Sorry, this is a very stressful place in here. There's a lot.
Hey.
Thank you.
I didn't even notice I had one.
Thank you.
Holy shit, cool.
I'm gonna go fit it in my fish.
Hi.
So it comes sit with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take a picture.
Hold on.
Yay!
Hold on.
I'm trying to take a screenshot whenever you come sit with us. Ah!
I want everybody. Oh.
Ah!
Oh.
Ah!
Okay. I was gonna try to put a plant on it. There's a plant in between you guys
We
now.
need to go to bed, is what I am.
Put the fucking table
Damn
down.
it. Damn it.
It's just don't
Damn
touch
it.
anything.
I just wanted
We
to
go
put
to
this
bed.
plant on there.
No, it don't work.
Oh, it is late.
We gotta put this way. Oh wait, no, we can't.
How do I get through
We can't
this?
go that way. You gotta go this way. You gotta go this way.
It's under
Quiet,
construction.
quiet, go to bed. Quiet, go to bed. Quiet, go to bed.
I
Quiet,
don't know if
can't
it's
go that
gonna
way.
make
Quiet,
it.
can't go that way. Quiet, quiet, this is quiet, this is the thing.
Oh my god, magic.
You almost didn't fucking make it.
Exactly 2 o'clock. Oh, wow.
Oh my god. Nope. He's just in pain over there. Okay. I didn't make any money. I'm closing down these servers today. All the stuff is still in my house, and I'll deal with that another time. Oh my god, I need my glasses. I cannot.
I am sobbing, I am weeping.
Me too. Me too, honestly.
Thank you for Stardew,
Yes.
Sarah.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you.
joining.
Oh, that was fun.
That was a good
I
day.
got progress.
Yeah.
Yes, I upgraded my house, and now freaking decorated, and that's
I don't
scary.
know what to do next.
We gotta do the Ginger Island all together. We gotta get that
Oh,
done.
yeah.
But other than that,
I'll go get a whole bunch of walnuts
hell yeah.
now that I know how to do it.
Hell yeah.
I need to click this one. Okay, I said goodbye to you guys. I love you all. Thank you for joining.
Thank
Love
you,
you.
Sarah.
Bye. I
Love and
love
appreciate you, Sarah.
Well, appreciate you, but
Oh, I love them. I'm sorry. I just like looking at the little like like you can set your status in the discords, but it only is for certain discords. But Quiets was D&D and balls. And that's really funny. I don't know if they're gonna get back in here in time for we talk about that, but that is quite funny. Kai's was D&D. Turnip was literally sleeping. Turnip, you are a good boy. Mine was still The Residents Are Evil. It's quite funny. I miss my cat. It's okay, cat. You get me tomorrow. We have Resident Evil 7 and I need to download that. I'm going to bring that up actually right now so I can just set it to download. Where is my Resident Evil? There it is. I'm going to set that and then I can download that. I'm very excited for tomorrow, Kai. It's going to be so much fun. I love Resident Evil 7 a lot. Village is better, but I love. And then we have Requiem. Of course, turn up. I'm not gonna raid out today. I'm just gonna release you guys to the wild. But tomorrow we do have the Residents Are Evil, and I'm very excited about that. I'm trying to get back to this playlist. There we go. Because there was a song I wanted to add. It's this one. Oh no, I think it's that one. Oh no, I don't know which one it is actually because there was multiple by this lady. Oh, I think I already added it. It's this one. I'm gonna do this one. Okay. I'm very excited. Tomorrow's gonna be really great. But I will let you guys go today. Thank you all for joining today. It was so much fun. I love Community Farm. And I feel like we're making the farm so pretty now. The farm is getting its character. The farm is building character. I don't know what's wrong with Bruschetta. I do not know what's wrong with Bruschetta. That's a mystery for another day. I'm gonna have to summon Car and Gar next time to just log in to see what they see. Cause that was crazy. But I love you all. Please take care. Stay hydrated. Eat well. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. And then I only work one day this week. And then I'm back. I'm so excited. Next week, normal schedule as well. I would say I'll stream on Friday. I might. I don't know. I have a birthday party though Friday because it's me's birthday party. But other than that, I'm still free all week. I'm gonna start editing again. I need to pick out some edits to do because I'm not sure what to do. But I'll say goodbye from here. Bye bye. Because if I don't switch that screen, I will start yapping and keep yapping. But I love you all. I love and appreciate each one of you. I am so excited for this year of streaming and everything and making content. So I'm very excited. I love you all. Please take care. And I will see you all tomorrow with the residents that are quite evil. In this case, the residents in this house are quite evil. The evil residents are eviling again. But I love you all. Take care. And I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.